sleepy rural town of Princeton, Ohio, the horizon was defined by rolling fields of corn, wheat, and the occasional line of ancient oaks that cast long, narrow shadows over the landscape. The people here lived simple lives, rising with the sun and working their fields until dusk. Farm equipment hummed in the distance, a steady, rhythmic drone that had become as familiar as the wind. It was a life of predictable calm, but one summer that silence was shattered by something no one could have predicted. It began with a strange unease, subtle at first, like a cloud that lingered just a little too long overhead. The local wildlife seemed skittish, more elusive than usual. Deer that had once grazed near the tree lines disappeared entirely, and the usual chatter of birds was muted. Most of the farmers wrote it off as a sign of the approaching harvest season when the animals moved on to quieter territories, but the bobcats remained. June 5th was a typical evening for Don Hargrove, who had spent the day repairing his old tractor. The machine had been acting up for weeks, and Don had finally set aside the time to fix it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he fired up the tractor's engine, a loud machine chug echoing across his property. He worked late, the drone of the machine breaking the quiet night. It wasn't until his wife, Kathy, stepped outside to call him in for supper that anyone noticed something was wrong. She found Don lying on the ground near the tractor, his face a twisted mask of terror. His throat had been torn open, and his body was covered in deep claw marks. A trail of blood led away from him, vanishing into the darkness beyond. The next morning, the town was shaken by the news of Don's gruesome death. Sheriff Reynolds, a man known for his level-headedness, examined the scene with a grim expression. As he scoured the area for clues, he found no tracks or signs of struggle, just the mangled remains of a once lively man. Rumors quickly spread through Princeton. Some whispered of wild dogs, others spoke of a serial killer on the loose. Yet deep down, they knew something unnatural had invaded their community. A few days later, as the farmers went about their daily routine, the atmosphere grew heavier, suffocated by an unshakable dread. Jake Morris, a young farmer known for his bravado, scoffed at the tales of wild beasts. He was determined to work through the noise of his combine harvester, a machine that roared to life as it tore through rows of corn. The sun hung high in the sky, but there was an eerie quiet surrounding him as he drove the machine. As the combine engine echoed across the fields, the sensation of being watched prickled Jake's skin. He shrugged it off, focusing on the task at hand, but the unsettling feeling grew more profound, and as he turned to check his surroundings, a sudden screech pierced the air, sending chills down his spine. He caught a glimpse of something darting between the corn stalks, an eerie flash of fur and eyes. Jake's heart raced as he returned to the cab of the combine, fingers trembling over the controls. The machine's engine roared, drowning out the distant sounds of nature, and he pressed the throttle down hard. Suddenly, the ground beneath the machine trembled, and the combine lurched to a stop, grinding to a halt as something crashed against its side. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw it, a bobcat, its eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. It lunged at the window, teeth bared, snarling ferociously. Jake slammed the gears into reverse, but the ground was wet from a recent rain, and he lost traction. Before he could react, the bobcat lunged again, its claws tearing through the door and raking across his arm. Pain shot through him as he screamed and swatted at the creature, desperately trying to fend it off. In a panic, he finally managed to throw the combine into reverse, crashing backwards and sending the bobcat sprawling. He looked on in disbelief as it writhed in the mud, momentarily stunned. But as soon as it regained its footing, it charged again, an unrelenting fury in its eyes. Jake escaped, stumbling out of the cab and running towards the nearest farmhouse. As he fled, he could hear the unmistakable sounds of more bobcats joining the fray, their terrifying howls mixing with the roar of his machinery. It was a nightmarish cacophony, but what frightened him most was that the howls seemed to echo from all directions. As he reached the safety of the farmhouse, breathless and terrified, Jake slammed the door shut behind him. His heart raced as he sank to the floor, clutching his bleeding arm. The town was falling apart, and there was no one to blame but the very creatures they once revered as mere shadows in the fields. June 12th marked another dark day for Princeton. The news had spread like wildfire. Multiple farmers had been attacked by bobcats, each incident more gruesome than the last. Those who managed to escape spoke of the creatures moving in packs, their eyes glowing like embers in the night, as if they were being controlled by some malevolent force. The sheriff's department scrambled to respond, but answers were elusive. Dr. Karen Blake, the local veterinarian, examined the injured survivors and discovered signs of unusual behavior in the bobcats. Their eyes glinted with a feverish intensity, and their movements were unnaturally coordinated. But it was as if they were acting on a primal instinct, driven by something beyond their natural predatory nature. The authorities convened an emergency meeting where they hastily concocted a narrative to calm the frightened township. It appears that the rabid bobcats have infiltrated our community, Sheriff Reynolds announced, a strained calm in his voice. These animals pose a threat, and we are taking immediate action. But the truth was darker than anyone could admit. The rabies theory was a convenient scapegoat, a way to shield the townspeople from the horrifying reality that something had driven the bobcats to act with a collective fury, to hunt as a pack with a single terrifying purpose. As the days passed, fear tightened its grip on Princeton. The farmers barricaded their homes and avoided venturing out after sunset. The once vibrant fields became hauntingly quiet, filled only with the echoes of machinery that now felt like an unwelcome intrusion. On the evening of June the 20th, a full moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver sheen over the fields. The townspeople huddled together in their homes. Whispers of the bobcats permeated every conversation. Just when they thought it couldn't get worse, a shrill scream broke Maggie Winters, a local school teacher who had ventured out to check on her farm. The town folks rushed to her aid, hearts racing as they ran towards her property. When they arrived, they found Maggie crumpled on the ground, her body trembling in shock. She pointed towards the barn, her face pale with terror. "They came out of nowhere," she cried. There were dozens of them. As they followed her trembling finger, they were met with a sight that would haunt them forever. A pack of bobcats surrounded the barn, their eyes glowing like shards of glass, as if the moon had ignited something unnatural within them. The creatures were in a frenzy, darting around the structure with a wild intensity, their snarls mixing into a cacophony that chilled the blood. Sheriff Reynolds felt the weight of the dread settle on his shoulders. The rumors had transformed from whispers of rabies to something more sinister, something that defied explanation. As he called for backup, he realized he could no longer protect his community with half-truths. There was an evil lurking in the shadows, one that preyed upon the fears and vulnerabilities of the town. The following day, the sheriff organized a hunt, rallying volunteers to confront the threat. Armed with rifles and flashlights, the townfolk marched into the fields, their spirits buoyed by the sense of unity against the menace. But as night fell, they found themselves ensnared in a battle against an unseen enemy. The hunt began at twilight, but the bobcats seemed to vanish, their stealthy forms blending into the shadows. Minutes turned into hours, and despair began to seep into their hearts. Just when they thought it was over, a haunting chorus of growls erupted from the trees, echoing through the night air. Before they could react, the pack descended upon them, eyes glowing with an unnatural ferocity. The bobcats attacked with coordinated precision, as if driven by a single malevolent will. The chaos that ensued was nothing short of a nightmare, screams piercing the air. The shadows danced around them in a frenzy of fur and teeth. When dawn broke over Princeton, the once vibrant town lay in ruins, its fields soaked in blood. The sheriff's office was overran, and the town folk scattered, some finding refuge in nearby shelters, while others fled to neighboring communities, haunted by the terror they could not escape. As for the bobcats, they returned to the shadows, their eyes forever glowing with a darkness that left a mark on the land. The rabies theory persisted, a hollow explanation for the horrors that unfolded, but those who survived knew better. They spoke of the creatures with a reverence laced with fear, whispering stories that would echo in the annals of Princeton's history. In a secluded valley cradled by the towering mountains and dense forests lay the village of Oakwood. This tranquil settlement thrived on the abundance of the earth, where the villagers cultivated lush fields of crops and tended to their livestock. Each year, as the harvest moon illuminated the night sky with its silvery glow, the villagers celebrated their bounty, giving thanks to the spirit of the land. But this year, as the harvest approached, an unsettling tension hung in the air. The crops were wilting, the animals were restless, and a strange hunger began to seep into the hearts of the villagers. Whispers of an ancient spirit, the spirit of hunger, spread like wildfire, filling the once joyous community with fear and apprehension. The elders spoke of the spirit of hunger, a being that roamed the earth, devouring the essence of life. It was said that the spirit fed on greed in excess, growing stronger as the people took more than they needed. If not appeased, it would unleash a devastating famine upon the land. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the villagers of Oakwood prepared their annual harvest festival. Yet despite their best efforts, the crops continued to wither. Each day they would rise with the sun, toiled in the fields, but the fruits of their labor were scarce. Amidst this turmoil, a young woman named Aisling, known for her wisdom and compassion, felt a stirring within her soul. She sensed the presence of the spirit of hunger lurking in the shadows, waiting for the villagers to falter in their unity. As Aisling wandered through the village, she noticed the changes in her neighbors. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes, once filled with warmth, now reflected despair. The spirit thrived on this suffering, feeding off of the fear and desperation that had taken root in their hearts. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the village, Aisling gathered the villagers by the central fire. "We must remember our bond with the earth," she urged, her voice steady. "We must share what we have, for only in unity can we overcome the darkness that threatens us." Despite her efforts, the villagers were skeptical. "How can we share when we have so little?" one villager protested, his eyes filled with worry. "We must focus on our own survival." As the festival grew near, the village remained divided. The spirits of hunger continued to loom over them, its power growing stronger with every passing day. The crops had all but failed, and the villagers were left with little more than the cloths on their back. In the depths of despair, a few villagers, blinded by their desperation, made a fateful decision. They gathered in secret, conspiring to hoard what little food remained, believing that if they secured their own survival, they could weather the storm. Unbeknownst to them, their actions would only strengthen the spirit of hunger. As they hoarded their supplies, the spirit grew bolder, its presence suffusing the villages with an air of dread. Shadows danced at the edge of their vision, and the insatiable gnawing echoed in their minds, a constant reminder of the spirit's influence. As the harvest festival approached, the air crackled with tension. The villagers were on edge. Their fear. The villagers were on edge, their fear palpable. Aisling, sensing the imminent threat, resolved to confront the spirit of hunger before it could unleash its wrath. That night, Aisling ventured into the woods, seeking guidance from the ancient spirits that watched over the land. She followed the winding path to a sacred clearing, illuminated by the light of the harvest moon. There she knelt before the altar, offering her prayers to the spirits. "Great spirits of the earth, I beseech you," she implored, her voice trembling. "Guide me in our time of need. Show us the way to restore balance and banish the spirit of hunger." As she finished her prayer, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the faint whisper of the spirits. Aisling felt a surge of hope, a reminder that unity and compassion were the keys to overcoming the darkness. On the eve of the harvest festival, Aisling returned to the village, determined to share her newfound wisdom. She gathered the villagers around the central fire, urging them to put aside their fears and join together in celebration. "Let us honor the earth and the spirits that sustain us," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. "We must share our blessings, for only then can we overcome the darkness that threatens to consume us." The villagers hesitated, uncertainty etched in their faces, but as Aisling spoke, a flicker of hope ignited within them. They began to remember the strength of their community, the love that had bound them together for generations. As night fell, they prepared a feast, laying out what little food they had. Each villager contributed what they could, sharing the last remnants of their supplies. The air filled with the aroma of baked bread, roasted vegetables, and hearty stews, a testament to their unity. As the festival began, laughter and music filled the air. The villagers danced around the fire, their spirits lifted by the warmth of the community. But as they celebrated, the spirit of hunger watched from the shadows, its hunger intensifying. With each joyous cheer, the spirit grew angrier, feeding off the villagers' defiance. As the night wore on, dark clouds gathered overhead, blotting out the moonlight. The atmosphere shifted, and a chilling wind swept through the village, silencing the laughter. Suddenly the ground trembled beneath their feet, and a low growl echoed through the night. The spirit of hunger manifested before them, a grotesque figure with hollow eyes and a gaping maw that seemed to devour the very light around it. "You dare to celebrate when I exist," the spirit roared, its voice a cacophony of despair. "I will consume you all." Fear gripped the villagers as they confronted the spirit of hunger. Aisling, undeterred by the chaos around her, stepped forward. "We will not be ruled by you," she shouted, her voice ringing with defiance. We choose to stand together in unity." In that declaration, the villagers rallied behind her, their spirits ignited by the power of community. They formed a circle around the fire, holding hands and channeling their energy into a collective force. Aisling led them in a chant, invoking the spirits of the earth to protect them. As the villagers united, the spirit of hunger recoiled, its form flickering with uncertainty. The warmth of their love and the strength of their unity began to push back against the darkness that surrounded them. "You think your bonds can defeat me?" the spirit hissed, its voice laced with venom. "I am hunger personified. I will not be cast aside." But the villagers stood firm, their resolve unwavering. Aisling focused on the light within each of them, channeling their collective strength into a radiant beam that pierced the darkness. The light surged forward, enveloping the spirit of hunger in its warm embrace. As the villagers sang in unison, the spirit howled in agony, its form twisted and writhing. The light grew brighter, illuminating the village with a golden glow. With one final surge of energy, the villagers pushed the spirit back, banishing it into the shadows from which it came. With the spirit vanquished, the clouds parted, and the moon shone brightly over the village once more. The villagers erupted in cheer, their hearts filled with relief and gratitude. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, united in their love for one another and their commitment to the land. back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Tonight is going to be a long night for me. Like I said, off camera or off recording, I am going to forego the music for tonight as well as any comments through chat. There's no chat attached. And tonight, I'm also going to just stick to one topic instead of doing multiple topics like I've been doing. Oh, excuse me. You just got me a Diet Coke. Didn't have any coffee, so. Now, tonight I'm also just going to stick to one topic, and the reason for that was because last week I said I was going to discuss spiritual stuff that I've learned in my life, and I'm going to go over that, and I feel a lot better doing that on my own rather than having people here to do it. And it's like I said, this is, like 21 odd years of stuff that I've learned, and I've experienced. So I doubt if I could get 3 hours or all of it in 3 hours, but I'll do my best to discuss it. Now, before I even start talking about that, one thing I do want to discuss is before any of this spiritual stuff actually took place, you know what I mean, and learning about it and everything. For me personally, and I've noticed that this goes along with a lot of other people as well, but for me personally, I didn't get into anything that was spiritual until I hit rock bottom, basically. Whenever things weren't freaking looking all that great. So that is something that I do have to point out. A lot of people don't really like discussing those kind of things, Now, for me, I ended up having a bad alcohol and drug problem, and that brought me to the point where I ended up having to go through a lot of bad things. I had to hit rock bottom. I got to the point where the pain just got great enough to where I didn't want to go on any longer, you know what I mean? The sickness and stuff like that. So what it was is I basically had to cross over a threshold, and that's a term that I learned, thresholds are basically just like a door, you know what I mean? You cross through a door, and that's a threshold. You also have a physical threshold, how much pain and suffering that your body can go through until you say enough is enough, It's kind of like playing Mercy, and I actually brought this up to somebody else before, and they didn't know what Mercy was, but like Mercy is where you grip your hands together with another person and you play a game of Mercy where you apply pressure until one of the two people says mercy and the game's over. So the person who actually makes the other person feel pain enough is the one who wins it. And that's basically what happened with me, It was a game of mercy where the pain got great enough and I had to walk through that threshold in order to have what's termed as a moment of clarity. Now, moment of clarity is something that happens quite a few times in people's lives, but it's very quick, and if you don't reach somebody during that moment of clarity, it's hard to really reach them and get them to where they actually want to change. And that's what I had to do. I had that moment of clarity where somebody was able to, reach out to me, and things just started happening. So that's basically what happened to me. Now, for me, I, this whole thing about spiritual experiences, I can't for sure say that I actually had a spiritual experience or not. I know that when I sobered up, something happened. You know what I mean? Because before I this point, when I did finally sober up, I'd already been to detox quite a few times. You know what I mean? And it never worked. But for some reason, it worked this time, and I've been sober since June 14th, 2003, and that makes it 21 years, I believe. Yeah. So, but with that being said, I wanted to mention those things, but the thing of it was like something happened, and I've had no explanation for what happened. It's just I can say that a lot of the people that were put in my path actually helped me out along the way, and I'm grateful for that, because I had to learn things. I had to learn about powerlessness. A lot of we all run around in the world thinking that we have power, that we're in control, and the truth of the matter is and even today I find it to be this way. We really don't have much control. You know what I mean? The world is more about compliance than what it is about anything else, and it's a hard thing for people to stomach. A lot of the things that I have to say when it comes to spirituality isn't popular. It's not. It goes against the grain. As a matter of fact, a lot of this stuff that I mentioned, a lot of people are going to not like, because these are things that you have to do, and a lot of it is things that people don't want to do, and being powerless is one of them. Figuring out how much power you really have and how much control you really have is a big thing, and becoming compliant and things of that nature. Now, for me, the control issue was something that I had an issue about. Now, that had to do a lot with a story that I'd heard where this guy was talking about, it's like going to, and I always try to say this, but I always mess it up. I'll do my best, but I've mentioned it before, but here recently. But it's kind of like going into a drive up section at a fast food joint, like at McDonald's. When you get up there, and the lady over the microphone turns around and she tells you that actually you're waiting, and it's taking forever because the car's in front of you, so you become impatient because you want to get up there to make your order. So when you sit there, you're getting impatient, and then when you finally get up to the mic, the lady on the mic turns around and freaking rushes you and wants your order. Now you're getting freaking frustrated because instead of waiting, now they're trying to rush you. So whenever you finally get the order done, you turn around and get up there and you want to pick up your order. They turn around and they scuffle you ahead so that they can let you park, and then they can bring the food out to you because they're running late, and people are backed up. So all of a sudden now you're getting frustrated because you have to wait again. So in that whole process, it's a matter of waiting, being rushed, and then waiting again. And out of all that, you become frustrated because you think that you have control, and that you have power, and how dare these people make you do it. When in reality, all you had to do is practice compliance, just be patient. And tolerance and patience is a big deal, Be patient, be compliant, wait until you get your order, and then be done with it. But your frustrations get in the way, and that's all because you think that you have power and you have control over things, Now, that's one reason why it's important to have somebody that you can have for an accountability partner. You know what I mean? Because when it comes to life, if you have somebody that you can do that with, then it helps you when it comes to you being a control freak and things of that nature. Now, manageability versus unmanageability is something that was always a big issue, and that's something that I really do believe is something that's important, okay, to is important. But I also think that, like, whenever you're thinking on spiritual principles, stuff of that nature, and things like that, you need to freaking understand that a lot of things in life is unmanageability. I mean, you can manage all you want. You can run around trying to manage everything and stuff and create planners and things of that nature, but just don't expect to everything to work out for you. You know what I mean? Go ahead and create a planner, but I'd suggest that, like I said, get you an accountability partner, somebody that you can trust, and run it by that person, run it by somebody, you know what I mean? Find out if maybe you're overdoing it, because a lot of people likes to overdo it a lot, and always remember, it's alright to make plans, just don't expect the outcome. And the reason why I always say that is because of expectations. Now, a lot of us, we like to set expectations on ourselves and the people around us. And the thing about expectations is whenever expectations aren't met, they can cause issues. They can cause resentment, frustration, anger, things of that nature. So it's not really a good idea to set expectations on people. I hear people all the time talking about that, saying, "Oh, it's okay to set expectations," and I just don't agree with that. I think that setting expectations on people and on yourself only sets yourself up for failure. Acceptance is something that is a thing that people really don't like to hear, you know what I mean? You gotta accept people, places, and things as being exactly the way they are at that moment, you know what I mean? It's exactly the way things are supposed to be at that time and place. And once you start realizing that, then you start having, you start learning more, you know what I mean? Now, the whole thing about that, though, about acceptance, is you have to start learning how to develop honesty. Now, when I talk about honesty, I'm not talking about just being honest with others, which is important, but there's also being honest with yourself and being honest with ourselves, because first of all, being honest with others, you have to also be careful about that, and I can get into that later on. But being honest with others is important. Try to be as honest as you can be with everybody. You don't have to be brutally honest. You can show a little bit of restraint, a little bit of taste and everything, but you can be honest with them. And sometimes it's not best to be honest. And in those situations, that's something that we can talk about here in a little bit. But the most important thing, though, out of honesty is being honest with yourself. If you can't be honest with yourself, then who can you be honest with? So honesty with yourself is more important when it comes to priorities, always make sure that you're at least being honest with yourself. Now, the one thing that I know that people have a problem with, and the reason why it's important for me to be honest with myself, is because of denial. And this is something that a lot of people have issues with. They have a hard time believing in denial. They don't believe that they literally have denial. And the reason, or when I say denial too, I'm not saying that as a blanket statement, like you're not just in denial about everything. We all have denial on different levels and in different aspects of our lives. So in one area you could be honest with yourself, but in another area you could be in complete and total denial. And that is the thing that I'm talking about. You have to be honest with yourself and be able to recognize when you're in denial about something, and get over that, because that's something that really holds you back. And like I said, there's a lot of people who just straight out refuse to admit that they're in any form of denial whatsoever. Now, with that being said, I also want to get into, you know, believing in God and believing in a higher power, or however you want to talk about it. For me, I had to learn things that were important to me, or that helped me, basically, things that kept me sane. And the one thing I had to learn was the term God of my understanding. you know. Um, for the longest time, whenever I heard the word God, I always thought that like God was this universal word that everybody believed in, and that if I didn't believe in the same God that you're describing to me, that I didn't have, or didn't believe in some kind of real God, And the truth of the matter was, is I was completely wrong about it. We all have a God of our understanding, a different God of our understanding, and I had to realize that, like, the way you believe in God and the way I believe in God are two completely different things altogether. And it doesn't matter who it is, that's just basically the way it is. I mean, nobody believes in exactly the same God. And that's a hard concept for a lot of people to understand, and it's something that I had to grasp onto as well. Now, I know that when it comes to higher powers, a lot of people also substituted, God for, the word higher power, and when they do that, they can use like a group, which that's what I did when I was in AA. The group was my higher power, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you go to church, you can substitute the church for your higher power. These are powers that are greater than you, and that's something that I had to learn as well. This goes back to the whole power thing, and it talks about being powerless and what is power and what's control. Like for me, I didn't. I mean, well, for anybody really, if you stop and you think about how much control you have, you really don't have very much control. I tried to use an example of growing a tree, planting a seed, planting with Karma, and she just had a hard time with understanding it. I can plant the seed, I can water the seed, and after I plant the seed and I water the seed, I can freaking give it fertilizer and everything to help it grow, but I personally can't cause that flower to grow. I can't cause that flower to grow up straight and perfect the way that I want it to grow up. It does that on its own. It gets its nutrients is from me, yes, and stuff like that, but it also has to have the sun as well, so I'm not in complete and total control. And that is something that I had to understand when it comes to this God of my understanding and a power greater than myself, I ended up working through a lot of that stuff, and that was a concept that I finally actually ended up figuring out, but it took me a while. And that brings me to this whole thing on faith. Now, faith to a lot of people is believing in something that's unseen, and I think a lot of people believe that whenever you say the word faith, you're talking about just God. But for me personally, I found out that people have faith in a lot more things than just God. People believe that electricity exists. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to see electric running through the current or the current running through the wires to believe that it's there. You know what I mean? Now, whenever you go to turn on a light switch, as long as you paid that bill, you expect the electricity to go up to the light and turn the light on. So you don't see the electricity going up to that light, but you know that it's going to happen because you paid the bill. Now, this is the whole thing with expectations as well. You expect that light to come on when you turn that light switch on because you've paid your bill. But what if it doesn't happen? Because you've expected that electricity to go up into that light and it didn't work. You become frustrated and upset because you expected that to happen and it didn't happen the way you thought it was. Something could have happened with your electric, your light switch could be out. It's even in a plug-in, you know what I mean? The plug-in could have been out. Something could have happened. It could have been that bill was misplaced, or nobody paid the bill. It could have been anything, but because you expected that light to come on, you're upset because it's not doing what you expected it to do. So it kind of falls into the whole expectations thing of it, you know what I mean? Now, with faith as well as you can also go the route of believing in something outside of yourself, like a group. Whenever it comes to me, whenever I was first sobering up, having a group around was very important. That's why I went to meetings, and I got advice and suggestions from people that were in the program, and that really helped me out. That was something that I had to do in order to stay sober and stuff. So that is a form of faith, having faith that these people are going to give you good advice and help you making decisions and stuff of that nature, and that's what they did. I had really, really good people that I can honestly say was there to help me. Robert Rayleigh, who, by the way, he's okay with me saying his last name. I know he is. He was one of my sponsors, and he really helped me out. I actually did my 5th step with him, and he helped me through that, and that was really important to me. I also had a few other people that were there too with me, and I just, for me, I needed this group of people to freaking come through and help me out. And if anybody, and this doesn't have to do with alcohol or drugs, this has to do with every day in life. If you have a group of people that you know of that you can trust and that you can be around with, you can make that your higher power. You can make that something that freaking helps you out with the problems you're having. And like I said, it doesn't have to do with alcohol or drugs. Well, it does, but it's a lot more than that. It could be mental illness. It could be just hardships that are going on in your life. Churches. You've got people that you can rely on, and talk to. So that is very important. Believing in something outside of ourselves. Because we get so caught up in ourselves that we forget about the fact that there's other people. You know what I mean? There's other people in the world, and it's not all about us. It really comes down to the whole thing about being selfish and self-centered. Selfishness and self-centered has more to do with just an attitude of being, oh yeah, whatever. You can be selfish and self-centered and be the nicest person on the face of the earth. That's an idea and a concept that's really hard for people to grasp. Because it's not something that most people think. You know what I mean? The whole world rotates around you and nothing else. You know what I mean? All these bad things are happening to you, and it's because God has done this to me. You know what I mean? It's, all of a sudden you're standing there and it rains on you, and that was because God decided it needed to rain on you. He took this cloud and he just put it over the top of you, and he made it rain on you. That's complete nonsense. And that's the thing that I had to learn. I had to learn stuff like that. I had to learn that it rained on me because it rained on everybody. You know what I mean? It rained on everybody, period. It wasn't just because of me. So that's a form of self-centeredness about it being all about me. So this is things that I had to learn. I had to learn that these were the kind of behaviors and the kind of thoughts that I needed to get out of my mind and my actions. And I had to learn how to become open-minded. Now, being open-minded is very tricky. It's about trying something new. And you have to give up old ideas for a new way of life, basically. If you want something new in your life, then those old ideas and those old ways of living aren't working. And you need to give up on them and try something new. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So if you're in your life, if you're sitting there and your life is miserable and bad things are happening to you, there's a good chance that you're still doing the same things over and over again, thinking that because if you do it right, this time it'll work. And the truth is no, that's not how it works. Stop doing those things and try something new, okay? And then the insanity will go away. I know that that's a hard thing for people to believe in, and I know that's a hard thing for people to do, but it really is the truth. The moment I started giving up on old ideas and trying to literally do new things instead of going and freaking preoccupying myself on this or that, go off and do something new. Once I started doing that, a whole new way of life started opening up to me. And once that happened, I started becoming more and more open-minded. More and more things started happening to me, and I started experiencing better things. And there was hard times too, but in it all, it comes down to a lot of things. The bad things mostly happen because I like to complicate things, okay? And this comes back to the powerlessness and the control thing, I like to complicate things and overthink stuff. Um, I was too smart for my own good. That's actually a true saying. You can be too smart for your own good, and sometimes, or a lot of times, most of the time, the best way of dealing with stuff is to keep it simple. Don't complicate things. Sometimes the easiest solution, or the best solution, is the most easiest. You know, so that's one thing that I can actually say that is very, very important. So after saying all that, now we come to this thing about turning our lives over to something outside of ourselves. Okay, now we I had to do this in order to change my life, for the better, like I was just saying. Um, this is just something that I had to do. By the time I had ended up in treatment, I had nothing. I was down on my dumps. Um, I ended up homeless on the streets. People that I thought cared about me didn't want anything to do with me. At the time, I thought that my family didn't want anything to do with me, so I was pretty much down and out. You know what I mean? And I knew right there when I finally got into treatment that freaking to, um, I needed help, basically, and I couldn't do it on my own. The pain and the suffering got great enough, and I was finally able to get to that point where I was willing to listen to other people. And that is basically what started my whole adventure. So I went through and I started learning what I just explained to you. But after that, I had to turn my life over to something that was outside of myself. Okay? Stop thinking that I have all this control and I can manage every single detail in my life. I had to learn that freaking something outside of myself could be more than what I am. You know what I mean? That something outside of myself could have more power than what I had, and I had to. First I learned how to. Well, first of all, I did it because I wanted a better life. I had nothing. My life was horrible, and I wanted things to get better. So first, it ended up being the groups that I was involved in, and then after a while, it didn't happen overnight, but after a while, I ended up getting a sponsor. Now, for anybody who isn't, in the program, NAA or NAA 12-step programs, y- this is just an accountability partner. That's all it is. It's just a person that you can run ideas off of. A group of friends that you can go out and get a group of friends who you trust, and run ideas through, talk about serious stuff, small talk even, but the important thing is getting an accountability partner, somebody who you can talk about the more serious things to. That is something that really is important, especially when you need guidance. When things aren't really working out in your life, and you need somebody who you can talk to and who can relate to you and kind of give you good suggestions, things of that nature. Now, when you do this, the whole snare to this is something that people have an issue with now with these accountability partners. The best thing for you to do is choose one who's not close to you. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about just one other person, somebody who's not close to you, but also somebody who's not in your family. That's the most important thing, because you are going to be telling this person confidential stuff that you really don't want your family to know about. Some of it will be about your family. So having an accountability partner that you can sit and talk to and tell them, look, man, I need help with this. This person's driving me crazy. I need to be able to cope with this or that. That's very important. And you shouldn't feel like you can't talk to them about it. You know what I mean? This should be somebody who is not closely tied to you. Catholics have a Catholic priest that they do this stuff with. Regular churches, they do pastors, preachers. It doesn't have to be that. If you believe in psychology, it could be a therapist, a counselor or psychiatrist, whatever. Just somebody that you can do that way. Or it could be somebody who is really smart about these things, and you know them casually, you know what I mean, but you know them enough to where you trust them. Okay, don't get me wrong on that one. This should be somebody that you trust, because you are going to tell them some intimate secrets that you don't want just anybody to know. It's very, very, very important that you understand that. Now, the reason why it's hard for people to do this stuff is because it takes willingness to do this stuff. You have to be willing to open yourself up to another person and allow them to listen to your deepest, darkest secrets. And this is where things get really crazy, because so far, you have to become honest. You have to become have open-mindedness, and now you have to become willing. So, oh my God, now I have to turn around and I have to freaking be willing to allow this person to sit down with me and let me tell them everything about me, and that's pretty tough. Most people don't have the courage to do that. It's very, very humbling, and it's something that a lot of people have an issue about. Now, when it comes to accountability partners, this is the reason why it's mostly important. Also, it's also good to go and hang out with this group of people that you feel comfortable with and discuss things, you know what I mean? But having somebody that you can literally talk to on a personal level, and this isn't your husband or your wife, this isn't your kids or your family, this isn't your best friend from down the street. This is somebody that is completely separate from all of that, you know what I mean? Run this stuff by them, because it's very important that you do, because here in a little bit I'll go over some of that stuff, and I will kind of elaborate on that. But it's very important that you have a person who can hear this stuff and be able to kind of give you suggestions on some of the directions that you can go on, because suggestions as well, that's really the hard part when it comes to the willingness, So not only do you have to be willing to allow this person to listen to your stuff, but you have to also be willing to take suggestions from them whenever they give you feedback, and that gets into the whole wording behind accountability partner, okay? Getting an accountability partner and being willing to do what needs to be done, because after this it gets into a moral inventory. You have to, I had to learn how to take a moral inventory of myself, and with me, I had to do this with my accountability partner, which was my sponsor, and I had to learn. I had to learn right from wrong, basically. So it became very tedious and very long. I didn't get to this point until about maybe a year and a half after I sobered up. Um, I had to learn. I had to learn how to be all of the stuff that I needed to be in order to, you know, um, understand this stuff. Because, like I've already mentioned, honesty, open mindedness, and willingness. Now, this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. I had no concept of right from wrong. Right. Now, when you go to somebody who's a preacher, they've been to college or university and they've learned about the Bible, for example. Um, these people, when you tell them that you're trying to be honest and open minded and willing, they automatically understand that that means you're trying to remain teachable. Because in order to remain teachable, you have to be honest, open-minded, and willingness. And it's common thought. They actually teach you that as a preacher or a priest or any kind of religious background. But me, I didn't understand those concepts. I didn't know what that was all about. So I had to learn it. In everything, I've learned that life is a process, and I had to understand that. That was something that was very hard for me, but I did finally get to understand that. So this, I got to this point about a year and a half, and even at that point, before I did an inventory of myself and shared it with another person, it took me another 6 months before I could even do that, because I was trying to be I nitpicked. I wanted it to be precise. So that was something else I had to deal with. Okay, so let me go ahead and I'm gonna mute this and go to the bathroom. I should have done this at the beginning. I apologize, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I am back. Gotta make sure I'm. Now, before I get started here, let me also say something too. Before I go any further in this conversation, I do want to let people know that what I'm saying here isn't uh, religious. Okay, everything that I'm discussing and the things that I'll be discussing even further is spiritual principles. Now, these are things that is in every single religion. Okay, um, these concepts are. It doesn't matter if you're Buddhist. It doesn't matter if you're Hindu. It doesn't matter if you're Catholic or Christian. It doesn't matter if you're Muslim. These principles are all there. Not only is it in every religion, but pretty much every human being on earth understands that these are good things, okay? Now, that includes even atheists, because there's principles here that determines that if you're a good person or if you're a bad person, if you want a better life or if you don't want a better life. And this is basically something that I learned that was an outline. It was an outline. So I ended up learning that, that I needed to achieve this. This was a goal that I needed to achieve. This is a practical path that I had followed that actually worked. There's a lot of things in my life that I can say doesn't work. There's a lot of things that went horribly wrong, things of that nature. But I can honestly tell you that this stuff worked. This isn't from book learning, which I did. I studied up on this stuff, but I also can tell you this is also from experience. This is things that I know personally on a personal level. And I understand that a lot of people have issues about this, and the reason why it has a lot of issues about it is because you have to confront things which are very very personal in your life, things that really aren't great, you know what I mean? Now, with that being said, I also want to say that these things right here have to do with making decisions, I had to make a decision. I had to set goals. Now, manageability, yeah, that's something that I mentioned before. How manageable is my life? Now, that is something that, as time went by, I got better at managing little bits of my life and taking care of things that needed to be done. But that doesn't mean that my life had become manageable. There's still other parts of my life that isn't manageable. So I had to learn how to do it. And the way I did it was I set goals. Now, what I did is I started making goals for the day, and then I'd do it for the week, and then I did it for a month, and so forth, right? And having an accountability partner helped out in this, because I'd make a list every day, and whenever I made that list every day, I would try to go out and make sure that stuff was done. Now, a lot of times everything on that list never got finished, and that is where a person who would be my accountability partner could had told me, my sponsor had told me, it's okay, don't worry about it, just take what you didn't do that day and put it on the list for the next day. You see what I mean? It'll get done as long as you keep putting it on the list. So if you don't finish that list that day, just add it to the next one, And eventually, as time went by, things got done, and the more I did it, the better I got at it. It's kind of like with this whole streaming thing, I hear people talk all the time saying, "Oh man, you do so much, you do so," and it's like I tell them, I was like, "No, man, I really don't do all that much. I'm just doing everything according to a schedule, and as time went by, I got better at it. So I set goals, basically. What is it that I want to do today? What is it that I want to do a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, 5 years? I've got all that set up. Now, another thing I want to mention too is with these suggestions, okay? If a person makes a suggestion or wants you to make a decision, on something, maybe go into some kind of deal with them, or any kind of decision that's important. It's an important decision. Um, my suggestion to you would be wait a day before answering. Now, Robert Rayleigh, my old sponsor, is the one who told me that. He's like, whenever you make your goals and stuff like that, when people come up with ideas and stuff and they introduce it to you, you don't have to jump on the bandwagon right then and there. Wait a day. Tell them, well, let me get back to you in a day, and then sit and think about it and make your decision after that day so that you have the time to decide if it's a good idea or not. Plus, it kind of fills out the other person too, because like if you don't give them an immediate answer, then there's a good chance that person will run off and try to get somebody else to do it too. You know what I mean? Because all they want is somebody to freaking go and do it with. Now, not all the time is that true, but sometimes they do want you specifically to do something with them. But if they aren't, they won't be there the next day. You know what I mean? Or that deal won't be there the next day, or that decision won't have to be made that day or the next day, because they had already moved on to somebody else and they don't need you anymore. So, wait a day on making any kind of decisions and stuff like that. That's very important. And I'd suggest, talking to your accountability partner, or a group of people before you make any kind of commitments towards people. Wait a day and discuss it with people that you trust and that you value their suggestions from. So that's something that was very, very important for me to understand. And remaining teachable, that's another thing that's very important. Just remain teachable, and all of this is important because what it is you're going to start taking inventory of yourself. That's what I had to do. I had to start taking inventory of myself. I ended up taking inventory with my sponsor on my fourth step, and that had to do with accountability. I had to take responsibilities for the wrongs that I did, while at the same time I had to do like a fourth step and a fifth step, and this had to do with resentments. So I had to make a list of people that I had a resentment for, and I had to not only make the list of it, but then I had to look at where I played a part in it. I had to literally take the other person out of the picture altogether and say, look, now where did I play a part in this situation? Even though this person may have punched me in the face, where did I play a part in that? Well, maybe it was because I got loudmouth and started talking shit to him, which pissed him off, and he punched me smack in the freaking kisser. You know what I mean? So I played a part in this because I was talking bad about him and insulting him. You know what I mean? So I had to do stuff like that. And these were people that I had resentments against. Where did I play a part in this resentment? Not what they did. It's not what they did to me. It's where did I play a part in it, It's kind of like a switch. All of a sudden, instead of me freaking justifying why I had a resentment towards somebody and why they're such horrible people, I'm saying, now hold on a minute. What did you do? How did you play a part in all this, So that is what it became me taking responsibility for the wrongs I did, while looking at me and saying, this is where I played a part. I also had to be thorough. I had to have thoroughness. With this, I had to go back all the way through my life, and I had to name all the people that I could remember who I had a resentment for from that point on all the way back to as far back as I could remember. I had to make a list of them. So I started making a list of all these people that I had a resentment against. And there were certain things that I found out from my sponsors, that was very, very important to me. And the one thing I had to have explained to me, and I've brought this up before too, about resentments, and there's a little bit of feedback about it, but what I learned was there's a difference between anger and resentment. Okay, now anger is a natural emotion. Everybody gets angry. Okay, and there's like seconds that emotions are supposed to happen. That they don't happen and then just stick around. Like anger happens maybe 3-4 seconds and then it's gone. Maybe a little bit longer, but it's gone. Now a resentment is when you get angry and the emotion doesn't go away. Okay, now you have to take that into consideration. So when I'm sitting there and I'm making this list of all the resentments that I had to learn that there's a difference between anger and resentment. So the first thing I had to understand was if I remembered the resentment, then it's a resentment. Okay, so write it down. If it wasn't a resentment and it was just something that I got angry about, then all I'd have to do, or I wouldn't even remember it. Okay, and so if I remembered it, write it down, because I just didn't. You don't remember every time that you got angry with somebody. You know what I'm saying? But when you have a resentment that's strong enough, it could last for years. So. Now, the reason why I had to do this is because I was also taught that, resentment is the number one offender. Okay? Now, for a lot of people, that they want to have that conscious contact with their higher power or the God of their understanding. Okay? Now, conscious contact with a higher power is blocked because of unfinished business from the past. You need to understand that. And that is something that I really do believe in. Unfinished business from the past can literally block you from any kind of conscious contact with a higher power. It could also block you from relationships with people around you and things of that nature, because you have unfinished business from the past that really bog you down. And these are things that I have had to deal with even to this day. I have 2 sons of mine, that I had to deal with. I got over resentments with their parents, but because of a lot of issues that we had, my sons never got a chance to really spend time with me. And when they did finally start spending times with me, then they didn't really like me all that well. So now I've got to work on trying to get over a lot of things that happened with them. I love them to death, and I know they love me to death, but we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, and that's something that I have to overcome, because I'm just, I love them, and I want to have a meaningful relationship with them, but all of that comes back to me asking myself, where did you play a part in all this? And that's something that I have to do on an everyday basis. I have to always ask myself, what did you do, or what part did you play in that? And it's about having that conscious contact. Now, if you don't do these things, then you're blocked from, because of it. Like I was saying, And you have to understand too, there's a conscious and then there's an unconscious. That's something else that a lot of people have a really, really hard time with. That causes more problems for people than anything else I know. These, or there's been people that I have talked with that really don't even believe that the unconscious mind even exists. Okay, I've met people who believe that that spirits or gods or something are what's actually talking to you. It's not an unconscious mind. So whenever that happens, what happens is unresolved issues gets packed into your brain, and it's back there. So you're hearing these voices and you're thinking that God's talking to you, but in reality, what's happening is you're talking to yourself, and you're saying that it's an outside force that's doing it. Okay, you're thinking externally, and by doing that, you're denying yourself the ability to resolve unfinished business within your life that's caused you grief, and it all has to do with pride and ego. Okay, now pride and ego creates denial, and it blocks us from sober thinking and true understanding. And the one thing about sober thinking that you have to understand is sober thinking is a state of mind, it's not a state of being. Okay, and I'll get into that later, but pride and ego is what creates denial, and it blocks us from sober thinking and true understanding of what's going on in the world around us. Now, ego is when you do something that either makes you feel real big, makes you feel real grandiose, or you take pride in somebody else. Like, and this is something that I'm watchful about too, like saying that you're proud of somebody, or taking actual pride out of something that somebody close to you has done, making you feel proud. You know what I mean? That builds on the ego, and not only does it make you feel big, but there's also another side to it too. Your ego and your pride, it also allows you to justify your own actions, and that's good or bad, because your son went off to university. You justify that because you justify your own life because look what my efforts have done. It's made him a college student. You know what I mean? Or this dude I had a resentment against. Frickin', he deserves for me to have a resentment against him because he did this. You see what I'm saying? I'm justifying the reason why I'm having a resentment because he did this. I should be resentful. You know what I mean? That's bad. So that's all about the ego. Okay? Now, you need to understand that for everything that we do that's good, and also for all the things that we justify in our ego, we also have an alter ego that does the opposite. Okay, so for every good thing that you're doing in your life, and for everything that you've justified your actions for, good or bad, then there's that alter ego that's in the back of your head, the subconscious mind, okay, the unconscious. And that alter ego is growing just as strong as what your ego is. So the bigger your ego is, the bigger your alter ego is. Okay? Now, when the ego grows, the alter ego grows too. Alright? Now that happens unconsciously in the back of your head. And when that happens, when certain things good happen in your life, okay, this is a good example. When you have good things that are happening in your life and they just keep going and they keep going, you have this thought of the other shoe dropping. You know what I mean? Something bad's going to happen that's going to ruin it. Now that is your alter ego. Okay? And you need to understand that that's what that is. That's your alter ego playing on you. So take that into consideration. Now, when um, the best thing to say now is get back, because I want to stay on topic. But you need to understand that resentment is because of pride, okay? And pride comes before guilt, all right? Now, you got guilt, shame, and remorse. And that's what happens. That's the end result, okay? But resentment is caused because of your pride and your ego. So you have big pride, you've got pride, and you've got a big ego, and all of a sudden that's been bruised or hurt, and you develop a resentment from it. Now, as time goes by, that's going to cause you guilt, shame, and remorse. Okay. Now, subconsciously, what happens is we become driven by our guilt while justifying our actions and taking credit for the things that we've done. You see what I mean? So it's kind of like you're making a list of all these great things that you've done, and you're just checking it off. Look how great of a person I am. I did this, I did this, I did this. And that's what your life becomes, you know. You're a great person because of the things that you've done. Now, the best way I can say to alter that is, you know, doing things for others. You know what I mean? Go out and do things for others. Do things expecting nothing in return. You know what I mean? That's the best thing to do. Help other people and don't expect anything in return. Okay? As a matter of fact, do things without taking credit for it. And if you can, you know, try doing stuff for people without them even knowing who did it. You know, don't tell them afterwards either. Just do it and make it to where they don't even know that you did anything for them. You know what I mean? And that's basically the best way of dealing with that kind of stuff. You know, because you have to avoid pride and ego. Pride comes before the fall. And that's the honest to God truth. It really is. So just be aware of stuff like that, you know. So for me, what I had to do is I had to finally start learning about admitting to another person about my wrongs. Okay. Now I had turned around and I had made this inventory of all the people who I had a resentment for, and I started learning about the resentment process and anger and resentment and all that stuff that I just explained to you. But after that, I had to take that list of people that I had a resentment for, and I had to take it to my sponsor or my accountability partner. And that was basically it. I had to take that to him. And now, when I did that, I took this list of all these people, and this is people all throughout my life, and I shared it with this person. And the thing about it is this person I trusted. You know what I'm saying? I trusted this person. That is something that I have to always go back over and say to people, you know, this has to be somebody that you trust. Now you can, if you want, if the opportunity arises that you can go out and just meet some total stranger and just spill all of it out on them, you can do that. But you need to understand that, like for me and for a lot of people who want to live a spiritual life and have something better for themselves, they do this stuff in order to achieve something, and there's a goal involved. You know what I'm saying? So I'm striving to do something here. So when I go and I turn around and I gave this information to the person that I trusted, I wanted them to do something with that information, okay? And that is what's important. It's really important because, like I said, for me, I'm so stuck in myself and so self-centered that everything's about me, and I'm not able to see myself from another person's point of view. So I take these resentments and I take it to them, and then I explain to them why I have these resentments. And all the time they're sitting there and they're listening to me. Okay. So while they're doing that, you know, and like I said, preferably the person that you take these to is an accountability partner. You know, somebody that you've chosen. I chose my sponsor, but while I'm doing that with him, um, I make sure that I chose somebody who has the ability to understand what it is that I've done. You know what I mean? By taking the inventory, they understood what I've done by doing it. So they have to be on the same level there, understanding that, look, I'm taking an inventory of myself, and this is what I've done. Okay, and what I'm planning on achieving. You know, so beforehand they understood that this is what I've done, this is what I plan to achieve, and I explained it to them. Now, this person understood that before we went into it, okay, and what my sponsor had to do is my sponsor had to listen, and while he was listening, he was also taking an inventory of me as well. So I'm sitting there and I'm listing off all these people that I had a resentment for. And while I'm listing all of these people that I had a resentment for, he's writing out a list of all of the character defects that I had. Okay, so he's taking an inventory as well. Now the reason for that is because he's listening to my story. He's hearing it from his perspective. He's separate from my family, he's separate from my friends, and he's separate from me. And he's taking an honest evaluation of what I'm saying, and he's saying, look, this is your character defects. These are your wrong. So this is where you played a part in it, you know what I mean? Even though I felt that this was where I played a part in it, he's doing the same thing, so we're going to find out what's going on there, you know. And he understood this before we even got into the process. So if you're not in one of these 12-step programs and you do want to do that, and you want to get yourself an accountability partner, and you want to run through an inventory with them, explain to them what it is that that you've done. You've taken an inventory of yourself, and also explain to them your plan, what it is that you plan on achieving from it. Okay, and that would be that person, him or her, preferably a man with a man, a woman with a woman, because women can relate to women a lot more than men can, and vice versa. You know, so, but that is preferable. But they are going to, you need to make sure that they understand that they're going to be doing an inventory of you too. Okay, now for all the resentments that you have, you're going to have to tell your accountability partner. And that accountability partner has to list the character defects in you to you. So by the time you're done, you'll finish off that list, and then you'll have another list of all your character defects, your shortcomings, whatever you want to call them. It's all the same thing. When you hear shortcomings, character defects, your wrongs, all of that stuff, it's basically the same thing. They're just using different words. It's a writing style. Most people used to do it so that they didn't use the same word over and over again. So you're finally to the point where now you're getting a list of all your character defects. These are also sins too. Basically, this is like the secular way of saying your sins. All right. Now, the one thing that you need to understand too, okay, is that whenever he's doing this, you need to realize that for everything there's an opposite, and that's one of the reasons why I got really interested in doing the stream that I did with Bob, though, because we were discussing duality and stuff of that nature, and I thought that was pretty cool that we were doing that, so that is one of the reasons that I did it, because you need to understand that for everything there is an opposite, okay? Now, like I said, your accountability partner, sponsor, just whatever, they have to list those sins or character defects that you have in each resentment. Okay. Now, sometimes you'll get people who don't want to go that extremes, and they'll just tell you straight out, that's not bad. Just throw that away. Even in that case, don't be a control freak. You know what I mean? Don't flip out. Just be okay with it and let it go. All right. That's fine. But get a list of your character defects, because with all these resentments, you're going to start seeing repeating patterns that happen when you're going through them and discussing them with this person. And this happens over and over again all throughout your life. You're going to start realizing that there's patterns in your life. There's behaviors that have happened over and over and over again, and it goes back to insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Okay, and you're going to start seeing this stuff and recognizing it when you're doing this. Okay, now the thing is for everything there is an opposite. Okay, and you have to understand what those wrongs, sins, character defects are, so that you can come up with an opposite to that. And that's where we'll get into here in a little bit. And after you're done, there's two ways of doing this. I've heard of people burning their resentment list, and I've heard of people keeping them. Kind of on the wall about that. Burning your resentment list is fine, but the thing of it is you also keep the list of character defects that your accountability partner made for you. So you can keep the resentment list if you have a bad memory, because you're going to need to make another list later on. But you can also burn it and be done, and then later on in your when you go to make amends for people that you've harmed, you're going to have to still pull these people up. So if you have a bad memory, you can keep that resentment list so that you can keep it fresh in your mind, and you can be able to go through and put them on that list too, because they will eventually become a part of people that you have to make amends to. And that is where it goes against the grain, like I said. So all these people that you've had resentments for, you've gone through and you've found out where you played the part in this situation, and you've taken them completely out of the equation, and you've looked at yourself and said, this is where I played a part in it, and you've taken responsibility for your own actions. So now you have to go to these same people who you once had a resentment for, and you have to ask them for forgiveness. You have to ask them, you have to make amends with them. And I should actually hold off on that, because I said forgiveness, and I want to make a difference, or I want to differentiate the difference between making an amends and asking for forgiveness or saying I'm sorry. So I'll get to that here in a minute, but I do want to do that. Now, the after you've burnt the resentment list, or if you kept it, um, you'll end up with this list of character defects that your accountability is made for you. Now, you have to look for the opposite of those character defects or those sins. Now, the best references that you can go through, or some of the stuff that I learned from, was you can go through the seven deadly sins. That's a good way of doing it. There's also Saint the Saint Francis prayer. That's a good one too, because in there it talks about the opposites. It talks about duality and things of that nature. Where there is hatred, allow me to show love, I believe, stuff of that nature. So for every opposite, there, what I mean. You have to understand that you have to understand what the opposite of your sins are. So this is my sin. This is the opposite of it. So you have to understand that. And like I said, the seven deadly sins is a really good way of doing it. Go according to that when you do your fourth or fifth step, or when I did my fifth step, I had to have my sponsor listen to what I said and then go off of the seven deadly sins and categorize what sin that was that I had to work on. So, and that would lead me into my character defects. You see, working on my character defects and trying to get rid of them, or at least bring them down to a minimum, because nobody can really get rid of character defects or sins. They're always going to be a part of us. They have an old saying you can love me for my good qualities, or no, you can like me for my good qualities, but you better love me for my character defects. And the reason why they say that is because people have character defects, you know what I'm saying? So if you can't overlook somebody's character defects, then there's a good chance that you're not going to get along with them for very much time, you know what I mean? So every religion too, by the way, has this kind of setup, this kind of the equivalence of what Christians call sin. So you don't have to be a Catholic, you don't have to be a freaking preacher or non, you don't have to be a regular church person other than the Catholic Church who doesn't believe in confession and stuff, because that's what this really starts sounding like. To be honest, it sounds like going to confession and stuff of that nature, but it's not. Okay, but the whole thing about this stuff is like there's an equivalence to this when it comes to your sins or your shortcomings in every religion. You have the Christian religion, then you have the Buddhist, it doesn't matter if you're Buddhist, it doesn't matter if you're Hindu, it doesn't matter, Muslim, none of them. Every single one of them has these concepts. So anybody can do this, you know what I mean? Just understand that for everything there's an opposite. So for all of those sins, character defects, whatever, there's an opposite of that according to your religion or not to your religion. And anybody can do this. So that is very, very important to understand. Now, that is what I wanted to do now. I wanted to mention the fact that you have to learn this stuff. This is just learning it, okay? Now, you have to find out what the opposite of your sins and character defects are, okay? And that's just learning it. Now, after that, you have to go and admit the exact nature of your wrongs, okay? Um, and like I said, for everything there's an opposite. Okay? So you need to find out what the opposites of your sins are. And you have to pay attention to when you are doing these things. And you have when you start paying attention to when you're doing these things, you also have to change your behavior. So as time goes by, uh, you now know what the opposite of your wrongs are. And as time goes by, you'll be able to recognize your wrongs and you'll be able to change them because you know what the opposite of that is. If you're doing this bad behavior, just stop doing this bad behavior and start doing the opposite. And as time goes by, it'll get easier and you'll start doing things on an easier level and you don't have to worry about all that stuff. So, that is very, very important. This is probably the golden nugget when it comes to 12-step programs because they have really, really harnessed this. I've heard people talking about samsara and frickin' just shit like that, and all of this crazy, crazy stuff when none of them even talk about this. They don't talk about your behaviors and changing from your bad behaviors to your good behaviors. And there's a lot of prayers involved. Don't get me wrong. There are tons and tons of prayers involved in this stuff. Praying all the time. But when it comes down to it, it is all about changing your behaviors. And as you change your behaviors and you start thinking with a good mind, then all of a sudden you start changing into a better person. And even if you don't believe it at first, what happens is you start believing it. You start thinking to yourself, "Hey, man, this is pretty cool," you know what I mean? And all of a sudden you become a different person than what you were when you first started. And like I said, all of this stuff is personal experience as well as learning how to do this. And you'll hear people always say this, and I've said it too, life is a process, and it really is. Good things happen to people that do good things. Bad things happen to people that do bad things. But on the same token, bad things happen to good people, and good things happen to bad people. That's just the way life is. But we get a chance to make a decision. We're the ones who gets to decide what it is that we want. I've heard people talk about predetermination and self-determination. I believe it's a little bit of both. I believe that we have the right to make those decisions which can change our life, but also there are things that do happen. You know what I mean? If you do certain things will happen. So I think it's a little bit of both. That's a little bit of that spiritual stuff I was telling you guys about. So those are some of the things that I do believe in, and this is something that has been really, really profound to me when it comes to my life and things that I've actually learned from it. And being honest, I'll tell you right now, I sobered up in 2003. I stuck with the 12-step programs for 8 years. After 8 years, I ended up not going to 12-step programs. Now, I could get into the whole reason why I stopped going, but I'm not going to, because I'm going to tell you right now, those programs saved my life. They did so much for me that I could never, ever repay them, and for that I am grateful. Maybe here before long I might go back and I might attend meetings and stuff of that nature, but people don't know what tomorrow brings. I had to go through a lot of things which changed my life, and being away from these meetings and stuff like that has also brought me closer to reality. Um, I learned a lot about the reality of life. You know what I mean? When I first sobered up, I was all about being happy, joyous, and free. I had this, cobweb in my head where everything was beautiful and sunshine and stuff of that nature. Um, and it was all about going to these meetings. I had become addicted to these meetings, just like I was addicted to drugs and alcohol. It got to around my 8th year, and that's when I finally decided not to go anymore. And I made that decision. And since then, I've been around my family. I've gotten to actually know them more than what I did before. My parents are elderly now, and I help take care of them. And that's actually what has really opened my mind to a lot of things. I wish my life was happier, but it is what it is. And I still have to deal with all the issues of taking care of my parents and stuff of that nature, and being around my family and struggling with my sons and my sisters and my nephews and my nieces, and getting angry about stuff that's not really important if I really stop and take a look at it. But at least I'm doing it. And that's what life's about. So this is like the whole spiritual aspect of things to me. Learning how to live life on life's terms. That's another term that you'll hear a lot of from people, in these 12-step programs. But it's something that I had to learn. And what it really comes down to is I had to understand the opposite of my character defects, and then I had to pay attention and recognize when I was doing these things in my life, and change those behaviors. And now I know what the opposite of these bad behaviors are. I have to just start doing them, and that's where the action starts coming into play. So after that, that's when things start getting more into the prayer side, and that's when you have to start asking through prayer. You have to start asking your higher power to take away these shortcomings. Okay. Now this becomes a habit. It becomes instinct. The more you do it, the more you you recognize your shortcomings, and then you pray. And then when you pray, you ask Him to take away your shortcomings. You know what the opposite of it is, and all the time that you're doing this, it becomes repetition. And the more repetition that happens, the more of a habit it becomes. So it's becoming habit that you recognize where you're doing things that are wrong, and you're automatically stopping, you're praying, and then you go and you do the opposite of it. Okay, so all of a sudden your thinking is you're changing your way of thinking, and this goes back to change. So it's pretty cool. And all of this is it's a profile. It really is. I mean, that's really what it comes. It's an outline. It's an outline to life. Yeah, I've heard that too. And it's true. It really is. And these are spiritual principles. Okay, these are not religious. They are in religion, but they are spiritual principles. And just understand, the difference between spirituality and religion is that religious people are sitting in church thinking about fishing, and spiritual people are fishing and thinking about God. You see, so that's all you got to understand. Keep it simple. You know what I mean? Ask your higher power to take away those shortcomings. You know, and each time that those shortcomings crop up, pray. You know, and also stop doing them. That's important. You got to remember to stop doing them. And as time goes by, you'll get better at recognizing your own bad behaviors, and you'll start replacing them with good behaviors, and then all of a sudden you're living your life and doing good things instead of bad things, and life works out. And that is really where the whole part of the program comes into. You're going through a change, a physical, actual change in the real world. You know what I mean? It's not just talking the talk, you're walking the walk. You're becoming somebody, and you actually believe in the things that you're doing at this point. You know what I mean? So at this point, you should be, if you're in a 12-step program, you should be up around the 7th step, and you're starting to walk the walk, and you're getting things down, starting to figure some stuff out. Now, sometimes you're going to have to do this stuff minute to minute. It's going to be on a minute to minute basis sometimes. Now, and this is for the rest of your life. But the cool part about the rest of your life thing is you do it for the rest of your life, one day at a time. Okay, because you don't think that far ahead. You don't think a week or a month or a year from now when it comes to this stuff. It's one day at a time. Okay. And that's the beauty of it. Thinking one day at a time. You can set goals and you can set schedules and stuff like that, but what's happening right here and now, that's more important than what's going to happen a month from now. And that's a concept that a lot of people have a hard time dealing with, you know. So those are some key aspects that you have to understand and you have to learn. I know that when it comes to one day at a time and doing this stuff for the rest of your life, a lot of people don't like that, you know what I mean? And they don't like the idea of having to keep an eye on when your character defects or your sins pop up and stuff like that, and then stop doing them, and doing it on a minute-to-minute basis sometimes. But let me reassure you that as you go along and you keep doing this stuff and you keep practicing these things, you get better at it, okay? And the better you get at it, the easier it becomes, so that eventually it's just second nature. You know it. You recognize bad behaviors. Now, there's a flip side to that too, because what happens is while you're doing this stuff, and you're taking inventory of yourself, all of a sudden, all of the bad behaviors that everybody around you are doing starts popping up into your eyesight. You start seeing it, and that's when you go from taking your own inventory to taking somebody else's inventory, and then life becomes really, really interesting. Okay, because now you have to learn how to practice humility. And humility, when you hear that word humility, you know, people think, oh, he's practicing humility, he's just such a great guy. You know, that's a load of shit. Okay, the key word is practice. Okay, and humility, when I practice humility, that means that I have an ego, I'm full of pride, and I'm self-centered. It's all about me. So when I'm practicing humility, that means I have to do it in order to change myself from being that person. Okay, so practicing humility isn't like all that great and noble of a thing. You know what I mean? If I was a great and noble person, then I wouldn't have to practice humility. It would come natural to me. You know what I mean? So that is really where things start to happen when it comes to well, when it comes to all of that stuff. You know, I had to learn it. It wasn't easy. I had to memorize these prayers. I had to learn how to get down on my knees and pray. And you know, I've even heard people say, and you know, it doesn't matter if you believe in God or not, just pray. You know what I mean? Just do it. If you make a habit of praying, you know, get down on your knees and pray. If you have knees problems, don't worry about getting on your knees. Just, you know, get down and pray. Then then you don't have to worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Or, just get down on your knees. If something happens and there's a change in your life, is what I'm saying, then something worked. If nothing happens, then don't worry about it. You didn't lose anything. You know what I mean? But you tried it. You know what I mean? You tried it. So do stuff like that for about maybe 6 months and see if something happens in your life. Now, a lot of people that I've dealt with has had issues with mental illness, and here lately I've been noticing a lot of them when it comes to dealing with their mental illness. They like to avoid things like having a subconscious mind, and they don't want to get into routines where they have to actually change their behaviors. And it seems like to me that they've fallen into this rut where they believe that this is a curse that's been put on them for the rest of their life. And for me, the thing that helped me out the most was when it was finally pointed out to me that, look, man, this isn't a disease. You know what I mean? That mental illness is an illness. And there's a difference between an illness and a disease. There really is. Now, an illness can be cured. A disease can't. You know, or well, they can be, but there's a mental illness can be like when you're ill from a cold. You know what I mean? You can get rid of a cold by taking your medicine. It's the same thing with your mental illness. You don't have to sit and take medicine for the rest of your life because you have a mental illness. You just don't have to. There's moral psychology and things of that nature that can help you out. So just remember that when you think about those things. You know what I mean? And it'll help you. It'll really, really help you. So with me, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start talking about making a list of those that we've harmed. You know, now I had to learn how to do that as well. I had to go back and make another list of the people that I've harmed in my life, and I had to become willing to make amends to them. Now that the resentment list is taken care of, then you come to this point where you've already learned your character defects. You've learned the opposite of your character defects. You've started to somewhat get a handle of some of the people in your past that you've harmed, and you have to write that down on a list. These are the people that you've harmed, or that I've harmed. Okay. So I'm making a new list, basically, okay, and list those people that are on my resentment list. that's what I ended up doing, because I ended up finding out where I played a part and all that, and I ended up hurting them just as well as them hurting me. But the important part is I have to realize that I played a part in that. Okay, so I took them out of the equation altogether, and I said, okay, this is where I played a part. So once I freaking figured out where I played a part in that situation, I realized that I need to make an amends to that person, because I had done harm to them just as well as them doing harm to me, if they did, you know. So they ended up going on my list as well. Okay. And now I have to freaking make that new list. Okay. So I went from the resentment list to making a list of my character defects to making the opposite of a list of the opposite of my character defects is. And now I'm making an amends list. So those are 4 lists that I had to make. Alright. And this is the kind of stuff that I started learning when it comes to spirituality and trying to change my life for the better and do things. And this is what I was trying to say. It's hard for me to actually talk about this stuff, because a lot of people have their dead set ways, you know, and it doesn't matter if they're into ghosts and UFOs, which, you know, if you guys have been around me for any significant amount of time, you know that I've gotten into UFOs, ghosts, and stuff of that nature. Strange, bizarre, and weird stuff, you know. I've heard a lot of amazing stories, you know, about spirituality and about the paranormal, about supernatural things. But this is my spiritual journey, you know. There isn't really very much stuff there that would be exciting to those people, you know what I mean? So for me, it's kind of awkward for me to talk about this stuff. So that's one reason why I wanted to do this. I did an interview before with my partner on Wonderful World of Weirdness, John Clark, about a year ago, and we kind of went through this stuff. So and we got quite a bit of it done, and but there was so much more, you know what I mean? Like right here, this is making a list of people that I had to make amends to, people that I had harmed, you know, and that's because of my wrongdoings. And you also have to understand that by this point too, you start figuring out that there's more people involved too. Not only am I going to be putting people on my resentment list, on this new list, but I'm also going to be putting people on this list who I had no resentments for whatsoever. And by the time I made it to this process, I'd started figuring out that there were more people that I had resentments for that I didn't know before. So I went back to my accountability partner and I told it to them and ran it by them first to see if I needed to add them to my resentment list, you know, because I could have been overdoing it, you know. I have a tendency of complicating the stuff, so I ran it by them, and after that I started adding new people that I didn't think I had a resentment for, and I ended up having a resentment for. And also there's people that I'd harmed that I wasn't aware of when I took my 4th step and my 5th step and made a list of all the people that I that did harm to, or that I had a resentment for. So things ended up coming up new that was on this list that wasn't involved in that one, because I'd gone through the whole process of looking at my character defects and uh, changing my way of behaving towards the opposite of what my character defects were, you know. So that's kind of what happened at this point. Um, Now, the one thing that I do have to also mention is that there's a difference between making an amends and saying sorry. Now, I mentioned this before and I said I'd come back to it. This is where I need to come back to it, because this is very important. There's a difference between making an amends and apologizing or saying you're sorry. Now you need to understand that you've got to be willing to approach these people and say that you're willing to do whatever it takes to make an amends for what you have done. Okay? This is just having a willingness at this point. You have to become willing to say this. Alright? So in between actually doing it and taking and doing the list, while you're doing the list, you've also got to become willing to do it. If you think that you're able to do it, your willingness could be there. But there's a lot of people who really aren't willing to go to their enemies and ask for their, ask if they can make amends to them for what they've done wrong. That's a really, really big order to make. So just understand that, I had to become willing to do this stuff. So, and a lot of the time I didn't have the opportunity to make amends to people, and there are still some people that I do have to make amends to, but I haven't been able to because I don't know where they are. I don't know what they've been doing. I don't know any of that, But what I ended up having to do is I ended up having to pray for them. I also ended up having to tell myself that if the opportunity does come up to where I can make amends to those people, then I need to do it. Just being willing to make an amends to those people is important. So that's something that I had to understand, and making amends is not saying sorry. They already know you're sorry, you know what I mean? You have to tell them that you're willing to do whatever it takes to make an amends for what you've done, and that's the whole thing. So this isn't about apologizing. This is about making an amends, and that's very, very important. Now, the thing about this is we start getting into making the actual amends. Now, there's certain things that you have to be careful about. Making amends to people that you've harmed is very, very important. Very important, but it's also dangerous. So, first understand that an amends is an action word, okay? Now, I've already mentioned saying sorry isn't acceptable. They know you're sorry. So, you have to say that you were wrong for doing what you had done, period. You were wrong, and that's it. Now, when you approach a person, you tell them that you'll do whatever it takes to make an amends to that person, as long as nobody else is hurt in the process, okay? Now, that's very important. You make an amends to a person as long as it doesn't hurt other people, them or other people. Now, it's kind of controversial on yourself I've heard some people say that you go to any expense or something like that to to um, to to get that spiritual experience or whatever. So you're willing to do whatever it takes to stay sober. But then I've also heard people that have said that you don't put yourself in danger, which I'm not one way or the other. I'm just saying, like, you'll hear that those two things. So that's kind of controversial in that whole aspect of how you plan on doing it. Um, but you don't make an amends to somebody if it's going to cause harm to them or others, and you have to be aware of that. So um, as long as nobody else is hurt in the process, it's fine to make an amends to somebody. And when you say amends, what happens is when you say you're willing to do whatever it takes to make an amends, that means if they have something that needs to be done and they say, well, you can go and do this for me, as long as it doesn't cause harm to them or another person, then you can go do it. Go re-roof their house for them. You know what I mean? To make an amends for them. Go to the bank, freaking drop off a freaking payment form, at the bank. Just don't steal anything. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. Make those kinds of amends. Go buy them groceries for a month, 2 months. Make sure that they have food in their house. If they're having a hard time eating, things of that nature. But you're willing to make an amends to them. Those are amends. Those aren't apologies. That's where amends is an action word. Okay. Now, you need to understand too. Like I said, as long as nobody else is hurt in the process. This means if you have cheated on a woman or a man, you do not tell them who the woman or the man that you cheated with was. You don't. That information doesn't have to be shared. That's just because you're causing harm to the person. You know what I mean? Now, in a lot of situations, these situations like this becomes very sincere. So it's kind of tricky on that one, on if you should make an amends to someone for committing adultery. Now, if you're the wife or the husband who was married and committed adultery, and you go to them, understand that if these people have issues of their own, your husband or your wife, then it's probably not a good idea for you to tell them that you committed adultery with somebody, because a lot of times they are going to want to know who that person was that you committed adultery with. And when that happens, if you don't tell them who that person is, shit's gonna hit the fan. So first I would suggest that you talk to an accountability partner and you would run it by them and see what their take on it is. And after that, I would go off that, be honest with you. I wouldn't just jump into it head first. I ended up having my second son because of not making a good decision, and I should have actually ran this by my sponsor, which I didn't. It ended up me going to my ex-girlfriend and trying to make an amends to her, and she lunged at me and we started making out, and the next thing you know, 9 months later there's a baby. So, and don't get me wrong, I love my son, I really do, but there was a lot of situations, or there were things that could have been avoided if I would have handled that a lot better.
I should have ran it by my sponsor, but I decided not to, and I ended up uh, getting caught up into a relationship that wasn't very good. It ended pretty badly. So that is one situation that I do have to say when it comes to that. Run this stuff by your accountability partner slash sponsor when you're doing this stuff, and it's very important. Before I did this, I wanted to try to talk about spirituality without keeping it, or without even trying to associate it with like the 12 steps or with any 12-step program. But I'm finding that it's really hard to do because, I went into this program and I learned all this stuff and I burned it into my brain. And this is stuff that I know and I live by even to this day. I haven't been back to an AA meeting in over 13 years, but these are things that I still know and I know that I need, and it's because I practiced it for 8 years straight and I burned it into my brain. And it just, for me, um, it's really interesting how this all has developed in my mind, and when it comes to dealing with stuff that's been going on, I really wish that I could say that all of this paid off and that my life got better, but it didn't. Um, all I can really say about it was that I ended up staying sober, which was a miracle. Um, I couldn't stay sober. Whenever I first started doing this stuff, I just could not do it no matter what, no matter how many times I tried. I'd always get drunk or get high again. Um, but this time, something stuck, you know. And the thing about it is like I learned this stuff. I stuck to it. I started learning how to read books, um, educating myself. So that was one thing that was really life changing to me. I started wanting to learn. It became almost an obsession, which yeah, it was an obsession. It's just like I said with the whole thing with doing AA. I had I had transferred my addiction from drug and alcohol to AA and the 12 steps and stuff of that nature. I just transferred one addiction to another. So for me, that was a situation that I had to deal with. I ended up having to go on Odyssey and hit refresh. The screen was acting up. Alright, so going through and checking everything. Man, I actually am doing pretty good. According to my estimations, I'm about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. I've really cut through. I've made it all the way up to right around the ninth step. This at this point, you're learned about your sins, your character defects. You've learned about what's the opposite of those, and you're changing your behaviors, and you're starting to see results. You know, um, Now you're having to go out and you're having to go to the people who were once your enemies, and you have to ask them if you can make amends to them. Not only that, but you're going out to people that you've harmed that you don't have resentments for, and you're doing the same thing for them. Um, I, I also learned about behaviors and on through this whole thing, and I'm like, dude, you treated this person like a complete freaking dick. You know what I mean? You acted like a complete dick to this person. You know, this was wrong. And that sticks into your head too. And then it gets back into what I was talking about before. You start learning about, or you start seeing all of these other things going on around you from people who had absolutely nothing to do with drugs or alcohol. They have the same kind of character defects that you have, and you're seeing them, and it starts. All of a sudden, life starts shifting. So now you become the person that freaking sees the same stuff in other people that you once had, and that goes to a whole different level. That goes to a level where I have to start practicing how to show humility, watch what I say to people, and stop being so critical about it. Even though I see these flaws in other people, I need to just kind of allow them to learn the way I had to learn. That doesn't mean that I can't reach out and try to be a friend to them and stuff like that, but I can't preach to them. I learned that in the fellowship, with the group. Like I said, the group taught me that it's better to lead by example rather than be a preacher. I don't have to preach to people in order for people to change. I can show them by example. Look, this is the way I am, and you can be the same person. Just hang out with me. Let's do some shit. Let's be cool. And you can be the same. You can do the same thing. Life doesn't have to be so hard, and I don't have to go door to door knocking on doors saying, Jesus loves you, and show up on to church on blah blah blah. I don't have to be that way. I don't have to walk around with pamphlets and tell people how much Jesus loves them. People don't really like that. And what it comes down to is trying to be of maximum service. And I think that doing stuff like that is more harmful than it is helpful. Man, I gotta take a drink of this. Alright. Yeah, so just when it comes to doing these amends, make sure that you're being very, very careful about who you're making these amends to and the motives behind it. Okay, don't make an amends to somebody in order to make yourself feel better. You know what I mean? Even though that this is going to cause harm to that person, you still decide to do it because it'll make you feel better to get it off your chest. You know what I mean? You can say, yes, I did it, and then be done with it, and you'll have a clear conscience. Well, what you just did to this person harmed them. You know what I mean? So that's not good. Don't do that. You know what I mean? And I know that sounds kind of complicated. You know what I mean? But it's really not. Don't try to make an amends to somebody to clear your own conscience, even though you know that it's going to hurt them, because that's not cool. You're just going to have to bear the weight and be done with it. Now, another thing that I want to also mention is something that's very serious, and this has to do with people who sober up from drugs, especially. Okay. And I know I've said that I wasn't wanting to get into all that stuff, but I am going to say this. If you're sobering up, don't think that you have to go and pay the dope dealer money, okay, because that you owe them, okay? Now, if you get into that way of thinking, first of all, you're putting yourself in a situation where you could actually go back to drugs And second of all, when you give money to this person, it goes right to what I was talking about. You don't want to make an amends that'll cause harm to other people. So that means that you have to understand that this money that you're giving to that dope dealer is going to be used to buy more dope to give to somebody else. So through your contribution, you're actually making it to where another person is being harmed. So don't go and think that you have to freaking pay money to the dope dealer. I've actually met a few people that thought that way, thought that they were thinking right by doing that. And I know that sounds crazy, but people do honestly believe that stuff. So just don't think that you have to do that, because that's not very smart. First of all, and second of all, you don't want to cause harm to another person, so don't feed the beast. You know what I mean? All right, so we finally have covered a lot of things when it comes to making amends. All right, now the thing of it is like we are now getting to the point where you have to continue to take your personal inventory, and you have to admit your wrongs whenever possible. So so what it was is I learned about being honest and open-minded and willing, remaining teachable. I learned to open myself up to another person and allow them to hear about the people that I had resentments for, and in return I got their feedback and a list of the character defects that I had because of those resentments. Taking that other person out of the equation and allowing this person to take inventory of me. Now, this person was somebody who wasn't involved with me on a personal level, like a family member, or like a close friend, anything of that nature. It was somebody who was neutral, able to look at it from an objective point of view, and that person took an inventory of me and he listed out what my character defects were. Now, character defects are nothing more than, well, you'll hear terms like shortcomings, character defects, my wrongs. These are all the equivalents of sin. It's all one and the same when you hear people talk about that. And every principle that I've had here that I've mentioned to you, it's not bound to one religious belief. As a matter of fact, it's all of these spiritual principles can be found in every single religious or religion all around the world. Okay, these are things that they all believe in one way or the other. So it doesn't matter if you're a Christian or a Buddhist or a Hindu or if you're a Muslim. You can do this stuff according to your religion, or if you're not a religious person, you can do it as an agnostic or as an atheist. Everybody understands the concept of right and wrong, good and bad, light and darkness, hate and love. So you know what this stuff is. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. These are all spiritual principles that work, and all you have to do is want to do it. And that's what it basically comes down to. So just understand that, okay? And when it comes to that, I ended up learning all of this stuff, and I learned this stuff, and I ended up learning about myself and the things that are wrong with me. And today I pick up on things that I do, and I may not correct them, but at least I'm aware of them. You know what I mean? I am aware of the fact that this stuff is going on, and that I need to change. If I change or if I don't change, that's one thing, or that's another thing. You know, but I do know that I need to change. You know, and that's what it really comes down to. So, um, that's the reason why I had to learn how to I had to learn my way to right thinking. I had to understand that I needed to become a better person, because I wasn't even aware that I was really being a bad person, and to some extent, in a lot of the things that I was doing. I was just running around living life the way I was taught how to live it, you know, and it never even crossed my mind. So I had to learn that this is the right way of living, this is the wrong way of living, this is what you're doing wrong, and this is what you should be doing right. You know, I've heard people say, well, you know, you need to look at all the good things that you've done, you know, and things of that nature for taking inventory. And that's not the goal in this process. In the goal in this process is to change yourself so that you have a better life, you have a spiritual experience, you have a conscious contact with what you perceive as God or a higher power, you know, because you're being blocked from that consciousness, you know what I mean? And the only way to get rid of that block is to work on these things so that you'll have a direct conscious contact with your higher power and be able to think right and everything. So basically, after you do all this stuff and you make the amends, you have to continue to watch this stuff, and you'll have to continue to admitting your wrongdoings whenever possible, whenever it happens. This is the new resentments and the new character defects that crop up, and this is the new people that you treat like crap. You have to go back and you have to apologize, or you have to make amends to them, as well as being able to make amends to those that you weren't able to make amends to before, if they ever like come into your life or something. So you're doing this on a day-to-day basis, and you're doing this for the rest of your life. And it's like I said earlier, you're doing it one day at a time, though, for the rest of your life. Don't think about tomorrow. Don't think about a week. Don't think about a year. You're doing it today, you know, and that's what you have to focus on. And that is very, very important. A lot of people don't understand that concept. A lot of people don't want to understand that concept because they have they're very, very orientated on schedules and careers and things of that nature, and making money and becoming rich and powerful and all that stuff. And in the process, they lose themselves. They lose who they are, you know. And none of this has to do with if you're rich, if you're poor, if you're black, white, gray, yellow, any of that, okay? This has to do with you being human, you know. It doesn't matter if you're rich, it doesn't matter if you're poor, it doesn't matter if you're an alcoholic and drug addict or just a regular person. These are things that needs to be dealt with, and a lot of people have learned how to do this naturally. a lot of people don't even care about it. They don't have to worry about it, because um, like with me, I had to learn this stuff because I know that if I didn't, I would end up dead. Okay, so this became a necessity for me. So this goes into the whole category of wants and needs. See, I want to live a life where I don't have to worry about taking care of resentments, but if I don't take care of resentments quick, then they begin to fester, and all of a sudden I start developing guilt, shame, and remorse. Then the next thing you know, I'm drunk and high again, and later you can find me dead in a gutter somewhere. I have a tendency of sleeping in streets when I'm drunk. Got a whole bunch of cool drinking stories too about pissy pants and puking all over myself and walking around butt naked. Cool stuff. Cool stuff that comes with drinking. So I suggest that when it comes to this stuff, don't just think of it as things that you want. You know what I mean? Most people don't want this stuff. Most people need it though, who actually do it. I had to do it, and it's not very popular. There aren't very many people out there who would be willing to go through this kind of stuff, but it was something that I did have to do, and I had to do it for me, and I still have to do it to this day, even though like I said, haven't gone to meetings in quite a long time. I still have to do it in order to keep my head balanced and be able to think right. And I fell miserably at all of this stuff. I really do. I really do. I haven't been able to really get into feeling all that great about life, to be honest with you. And the reason for that is because life gets real quick, you know what I mean? You start figuring out that that life is serious. There's reality there. There's a place where the rubber hits the road, and it doesn't have anything to do with being, spiritual. It just has to do with being life. Now, there's ways that you can make your life better if you choose to make good decisions. And making a decision making a good decision and a bad decision is important. What's right and what's wrong, and being able to take a look at your own behaviors and say, look, man, you screwed up. You need to go back and make an amends to this person. That right there is very important, and that's what this part is all about. It's about taking an inventory of yourself on a day-to-day basis and admitting your wrongdoings to those people that you've done harm to, because that stuff will eat away at you. Pride and ego are what causes resentments, and resentments eventually turns into guilt and shame. Pride will get you into trouble, and resentment will keep you there. So just think about that, and understand that that's what this is really all about. My pride will kill me, so I have to end up doing all this stuff in order to not die from this shit. I know that it will happen if I'm not careful. I ended up talking about some of this stuff earlier on a Naroki 5 show whenever he brought the topic up, And a guy that we both know named B said that we were depressing people. Well, for me, I have to say, well, I'd rather be depressing than dead. And that's just the way it is. Uh, I, I, I haven't talked about this stuff in a long time, to be honest with you, and I thought that I would actually say something that was more spiritual, but I guess I didn't. I mean, I don't know for sure if I did or if I didn't within the last 2.5 hours, but I gave it my shot. I tried to say what I could do and bring up as much as I could about the subject, but that's about the best I could get when it comes to this spiritual stuff. And I mentioned continuing to take inventory on a day-to-day basis. Keep track of your character defects. And as you do this, also remember, I mentioned this earlier. Okay, as you do this, you start keeping track of your character defects. It'll become easier and easier as time goes by. It's about repetition and more repetition. Create positive habits, replacing the old bad habits with good new habits over and over again, and that becomes a part of your being. It becomes who you eventually want to become, and you start developing, and try to be open-minded enough to look at all those character defects, all those 7 deadly sins, and see if you can find all of them, those sins in your life, those different aspects, and work on them. All of a sudden you're working on your character defects, and you're taking care of your personal life. You're doing the deal, and all of a sudden the freaking dog likes you. You know what I mean? And freaking the old lady's coming back because she thinks you're just the shit. You know what I mean? Because you care and you're sensitive. Things of that nature. So, just those are what actually starts becoming the positive parts of your life, if you want that. You start getting up and you start cleaning your house and making your bed every day, and freaking taking showers when you're supposed to, and shit like that. You become a different person, and that's all because you are practicing this stuff on a day-to-day basis, keeping an eye on your character defects, and it's becoming easier for you as time goes by. Also, you also have to understand that this has a lot to do with prayer and meditation as well. You need to develop good prayer habits and meditation to improve your conscious contact with the God of your understanding, or God. These are things that do help you. I wish I could say that I do that stuff, but like I said, these are things that I've learned. These are things that I know. I was praying and I was doing meditation for the longest time, but I have to admit I haven't done the prayer and meditation in quite a while. I got to the point where I decided that prayer is still an act of selfishness. It's me asking God if he exists. Don't know for sure or not, but for something. You know what I mean? It's a selfish act. Now, that's when I decided that I wasn't going to pray no more. I have no problem with anybody wanting to pray for me. If you want to pray for me, go for it. You know what I mean? It's just I personally feel that prayer is a selfish act of me asking God for something. So I stopped doing that. I do occasionally meditate, but I haven't done it in quite a while. I I stopped doing it on a regular basis. I would say about, oh my God, about 15, 16 years ago. 15 or 14 years ago, somewhere around there. Um, it did cause stress on me. It caused me a lot of issues that I really need to focus on. So the meditation was really the hardest thing for me to give up. Um, Now, don't get me wrong, going to meetings and doing stuff of that nature was pretty rough because I'd become habitual about it. For the first 8 years of me being sober, I was constantly going to meetings and constantly hanging out with people in AA and NA and all these places. But I had the hardest time when it comes to the meditation. The prayers, I got them down to a habit to where I'm not lying to you. I could actually get up out of bed, and before I even stood up, I would be on my knees and I would do a prayer right next to my bed, and it became a habit. The first thing that I thought of was do a prayer. I was pretty amazed by that. But then, as time went by, I decided that was just an empty prayer. It meant nothing. It was just a ritual, and that's what it actually started feeling like. It was a ritual that all that all I did was develop the habit of getting out of bed before I even stood up, getting down in the prayer position and saying the same prayers, and that right there is probably what became the beginning to the end of my career in AA. Like I said, got obsessed with AA, and I had to eventually call it quits on going to meetings. And the reason for that, I'm not going to get into bad mouthing or anything of that nature, but the reason for that was I'd gone through some issues with my life where I wasn't being motivated enough to go out into the world and be a part of my family, get up and start getting active and doing things that was productive for myself. Slowly, as time drew on, I started pulling away from being sociable, and I with my family and stuff. But when it came to going to meetings and stuff, I was going to all these meetings. I was chairing meetings even. I ended up freaking going out on Friday nights playing volleyball with people in freaking these 12-step programs. Everything rotated around them, and nothing rotated around being around people in my family and my friends and stuff of that nature. So as time went on, I was working, and things were getting really, really hard. I was living on my own in an apartment, one bedroom apartment, and just I could not cope. And after a while, man, I snapped, and I walked away from all of it. I was barely able to freaking pay on the bills that I owed the bank. I had a payday loan out that was freaking took me almost 6.5, 7 months to pay off all the way. I finally got the late fees covered on my bank. I still owed rent on the apartment that I had, but I eventually got it caught up, and as I got it caught up, I was going to move out, and that's when I ended up moving in with my aunt, and from that point on, my dad moved to Evansville, where I was living at the time, and he convinced me into keeping this apartment. So I kept the apartment and kept it for about 6 more months. And in the end, what happened was is I ended up having a rent that was owed. And in Indiana, if they want to, they can take you to court every single month to show up for court for a past due bill. And I kept doing that. And like I said, slowly as time went by, the stuff started wearing down on me, and I just finally snapped. I gave up. I started backing away from social events even more, till finally I moved back to Illinois. Started taking care of my parents, and isolated from people in the outside world. I still believe in a lot of this stuff, but like I said, it just life takes a whole new path for you. You start learning things that are really reality. It really kicks you in the ass, and that's where I'm at right now. So I continue to work on my inventory and everything, but I really do have to say that my prayer and my meditation is something that I really do need to get back into and start working on. Kind of refocus on those character defects, maybe get back to meetings and hook up with a sponsor and get things back on track, become responsible again, become a responsible part of society, do what I know I need to do. Now, another thing that I do want to mention before I walk away from this stuff is carrying, being of maximum service to other people, and carrying a message to people that life can get better, even with all the stuff that I just said and the things that are happening in my life. That's not a negative thing. That's actually a positive thing, because I'm actually opening up and I'm letting you guys know about it. And maybe there's somebody out there who's just like me and went through the kind of experiences that I went through that needs to hear this stuff. And if you're out there, just understand that you're not alone. There's a lot of people out there who deal with stuff of this nature. This doesn't have to do with just alcohol and drugs. This has to do with mental illness, which a lot of people have an issue with. This has to do with one person reaching out to another and sharing their experience, their strength and their hope with one another. This is, the things that are important in the end. Doing work, with other people, reaching out to them and being of service to them, being of maximum service to your fellow man is how I like to say it, because I learned it from AA. And I believe that is probably the most important thing. Carrying a message carrying a message to them, that life can get better. That you've came from somewhere that was pretty rough, and that you overcame something, or you overcame your problems, and you're a better person for it. Help when needed to, but don't overdo it. Whenever somebody needs your help, be of help to them. Don't overdo it. Don't become a charity. Don't become a charity. Don't let people take advantage of you and stuff of that nature. But if there's a way that you can help people, then do it. And it's like I said before, um, do something nice for people, and don't take credit for it. Don't even let them know that you did something nice for it. Just do it out of the kindness of your heart without them even knowing that you did it, and do that so that you don't take credit for it. You know what I mean? Doing a good deed without taking credit is probably the noblest thing that a person can do. So try helping when needed, and doing something nice for somebody without taking credit for it. And if you can, do it without them even knowing that you were the one who did it. And that'll help you out a lot. And there's something else that I do want to mention too. It's something that I mentioned before, okay? Just remember that sober is a way of thinking, and it's not a way of being. Alright? Now, sober thinking, just so you guys know, this is how it was explained to me. Sober thinking is having your head in the clouds, but your feet are firmly on the ground, okay? And that has a lot to do with being grounded. It's okay to think of spiritual, high-minded things, but you also have to have your mind firmly grounded in something. You know what I mean? The God that you believe in has to be a God that is grounded in your thoughts. It has to be real. It can't be pretend. It can't be this magical person that you speak to in prayers and he answers all your questions. This has to be something that functions in your life, something that you believe in and is real. That's what I do know. I'm the type of person who I like to call myself a Gnostic. I also don't believe in a lot of the religious texts that are put out, because I know that those are created by men. Now, the principles that are within those texts, those are spiritual principles, and I respect those. But I don't believe that religions were made for God. I believe they were made for men, because let's face it, the majority of people on the face of this planet needs to be told what to do. It's a sad fact, but it's the truth. There aren't too many people out there who can think for themselves. They need to be guided. They need to be told what to do so that they can function. And I'm even one of those people who have to do that as well. After what I've just said, you can clearly hear it and see it. So, but there are areas where I can think on my own, and I can have that close contact to my idea of what God is. And it doesn't have to be influenced by the Bible. It doesn't have to be influenced by the Quran or any other thing. I don't have to have a special brand to make it to heaven. I don't even have to believe in heaven. I just have to have a conscious contact with something that I consider to be God. So, with that being said, I'm going to cut this 15 minutes short. I hope you guys enjoyed. Now, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. If nobody has told you that they love you, I love you from the bottom of my heart. And the reason why I say that is because I learned that from a really, really great man in AA. His name was Gary Fulkerson. He passed away quite a while ago, but I did learn a lot from him, and I think of him as a great person. And at the end of a meeting, he would always say, if nobody told you they loved you, Gary loves each and every one of you from the bottom of your heart. Just keep coming back and wait for the miracle to happen, like it's happened to me and so many other people within these rooms. Just keep the bottle plugged, or keep the plug in the jug. Do the next right thing. And with that, I will end this show.
I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was. I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. Pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it.
depths of a foreboding wilderness, shrouded in a perpetual twilight, there stood a cabin that time had forgotten. It was nestled amidst gnarled trees, their twisted branches clawing at the sky like the skeletal figures of some ancient god. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a blend that mingled with the distant echoes of a long-forgotten harvest. This was not merely a structure of wooden nails. It was a monument to despair, a shrine to the sins of those who once sought refuge within its walls. The legend of the cabin had faded into obscurity, whispered among the few souls brave enough to traverse the winding trails of the surrounding forests. They spoke of its allure, the siren's call to the weary and the lost. It promised warmth and sustenance, a respite from the cruel hands of nature, yet beneath its seemingly inviting exterior lay a darkness that had claimed many, ensnaring them in a web of insatiable hunger and despair. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced upon the forest floor. A chill crept through the trees, as if the very land exhaled a sigh of foreboding. It was on the eve of Thanksgiving that a group of friends seeking adventure had a break from their mundane and a break from their mundane lives stumbled upon the cabin. They were drawn to it, perhaps unwittingly, by a magnetic pull of curiosity. Among them was Clara, a vibrant spirit with laughter that echoed like the chime of distant bells. Her eyes sparkled with the mischief of the young and the reckless. Beside her was Marcus, the self-appointed leader of their little expedition, whose bravado masked an undercurrent of doubt. Then there was Lydia, quiet and introspective, forever lost in the pages of her books. And finally there was Ben, the ever-optimistic jokester, whose antics kept the group's spirits high. As they approached the cabin, the air thickened with anticipation. The structure loomed before them, a grotesque caricature of warmth. Its windows, clouded with dust and grime, seemed to watch them with a knowing gaze. The door creaked open, as if inviting them into its dark embrace. Clara was the first to step inside, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The interior was dimly lit. Shadows shifted like phantoms in the corners. A massive fireplace dominated on one wall, its hearth filled with ashes long cold. The furniture, though worn and faded, hinted at a bygone era, a time when laughter had filled these walls, and the cabin had been a sanctuary rather than a prison. Clara brushed her fingers along the wooded table, feeling the grooves worn by time, and shivered at the thought of the stories it could tell. "Well, what do you think?" Marcus asked, breaking the oppressive silence. His voice echoed eerily in the stillness. "It's quaint," Lydia replied. Her gaze drifted to the ceiling, where cobwebs hung like forgotten dreams. "A bit too quiet, perhaps?" Ben chuckled. "Perfect for a Thanksgiving getaway. We'll have stories to tell for years." As they settled in, the group began to unpack their supplies. The scent of roasted turkey wafted through the cabin as Clara prepared their meal. Laughter filled the air, drowning unsettling tension began to weave its way into the revelry. "I think I heard something," Lydia said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Probably just a raccoon," Marcus scoffed, though he cast a weary glance at the window. The shadows outside loomed larger, twisting into shapes that danced on the edge of perception. Despite their attempts to shake off the unease, the atmosphere grew thick with an unshakable dread. The wind howled outside, rattling the shutters and causing the fire to flicker ominously. Clara served the turkey. Its succulent aroma filled the room, but the food sat heavily on their stomachs, as if tainted by some unseen force. "Let me make a toast," Ben suggested, raising his cup, "to friendship, adventure, and the best Thanksgiving ever." They echoed his sentiments, their voices mingling with the crackling of the fire. Yet even as they celebrated, the feeling that they were not alone grew stronger, an unseen presence watching from the shadows. As the evening wore on, Clara felt an overwhelming urge to explore the cabin further. She excused herself from the table and ventured into a back room. The air was cooler here, tingled with the scent of mildew and something else, something ancient and forgotten. The walls were lined with dusty shelves filled with faded photographs and peculiar trinkets. One photo caught her eye, a portrait of a family gathered around a Thanksgiving feast, their faces twisted into smiles that seemed to conceal hidden sorrows. Suddenly she heard a soft giggle echoes through the room, sending a chill down her spine. Clara turned sharply, but there was no one there. The laughter faded into the walls, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Heart racing, she hurried back to the main room, where her friends were engaged in animated conversation. "Did you find anything interesting?" Marcus asked, arching his eyebrow. "Just some old photos," Clara replied, trying to brush off her unease. Yet she could not shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the cabin itself was alive, a sentient being waiting for the right moment to reveal its true nature. As the night deepened, the group decided to share ghost stories, an effort to inject some levity into the oppressive atmosphere. Each tale spun a web of horror, but with every laugh, Clara felt the weight of the cabin pressing down on her, suffocating her spirit. The wind outside howled like a wounded beast, and the shadows in the corners seemed to stretch and grow, as if reaching out for them. Then Lydia, with a faraway look in her eyes, began to recount a legend she had read about the legend of the spirit that roamed the earth during Thanksgiving, feasting on the souls of the unwary. It was said that those who dared to gather and celebrate would attract the attention of this insatiable entity, drawing it closer with their laughter and joy. "That is just a story," Marcus interjected, though his voice trembled slightly. "It's not real." "Is it?" Lydia countered, her gaze piercing. "What if the stories are rooted in truth? What if we are here to awaken something that has lain dormant for centuries?" As if in response to her words, the ground beneath them trembled ever so slightly, a shudder that rattled the very foundation of the cabin. The fire flickered violently, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the walls. Clara's heart raced, and she exchanged worried glances with her friends. Let's go outside, Ben suggested, desperate to escape the oppressive atmosphere. We can see if we can spot any wildlife or maybe even the stars. Reluctantly, the group stepped into the night, the cold air biting at their skin, the moon hanging high above, casting an ethereal glow upon the landscape. The forest loomed around them, a dark sea of trees whispering secrets in the wind. They stood in a loose circle, sharing nervous laughter, but Clara couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they found a clearing where the ground was littered with fallen leaves and the remnants of autumn. Clara knelt to examine the earth, her fingers brushing against something cold and hard, a bone, ancient and withered. Panic surged within her, and she quickly rose, heart pounding. Guys, we should go back, she urged. This place feels wrong. Come on, don't be such a buzzkill, Marcus laughed, though his bravado wavered. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the night. It was Lydia. The group turned to her, standing frozen, her face pale as a sheet. Clara rushed to her side, gripping her arm. "What is it?" Clara asked, her voice trembling. "Did you see it?" Lydia gasped, pointing into the darkness. There was something there, something watching us. Marcus laughed nervously, trying to dismiss the tension. "It's just your imagination. Let's go to the cabin," and before he could finish, the shadow shifted, coalescing into a form that seemed to rise from the very earth itself. The group stood frozen in terror as the figure emerged, a grotesque amalgamation of limbs and eyes, a creature born of nightmares. Its skin was mottled and decayed, a representation of all that was lost and forgotten. "Run!" Kara screamed, breaking the spell that held them captive. They sprinted back towards the cabin, the sound of footsteps pounding against the ground echoing behind them, a relentless pursuit that sent terror surging through their veins. They burst through the cabin door, slamming it shut behind them. Breaths came in ragged gasps as they leaned against the door, the pounding outside growing louder. The very walls seemed to tremble, as if the cabin itself were aware of the terror that had come to claim them. "What was that thing?" Ben asked, his voice quivering. "I don't know," Lydia cried, tears streaming down her face, "but it's not safe here." The cabin trembled again, and the lights flickered ominously. In the dim glow, Clara could see the reflection of the glass, a pair of eyes watching them from the window, gleaming with a hunger that sent chills down her spine. "Get away from the window," Marcus shouted, but it was too late. The door shuddered violently as the creature pressed against it, and the walls groaned under the weight of its presence. They backed away, desperately searching for an escape route. The fireplace flickered, illuminating the room with a flickering glow that twisted the shadows into grotesque shapes. The air grew heavy with the rancid odor and stench of decay and despair. "Why did we come here?" Clara wailed, her voice laced with desperation. As if in answer, the wall of the cabin seemed to pulse, throbbing like a living entity. The shadows writhed, and from the corner of her eye, Clara caught a glimpse of a movement, a dark figure slinking through the darkness, merging with the very wood of the cabin. With a sudden and deafening crash, the door splintered, and the creature lunged forward, its grotesque maw stretching wide to reveal a gaping chasm filled with razor-sharp teeth. Clara barely had time to scream before the creature enveloped Marcus, dragging him into the void. "No! Marcus!" Lydia screeched, lunging towards the door, but Ben held her back, horror etched across his face. Clara felt a surge of primal fear. Her instincts screamed for survival. We have to get out of here," she yelled, grabbing Lydia's hand and pulling her towards the back of the cabin. They stumbled into a small bedroom, the shadows gathering like a storm cloud. Clara's mind raced, searching for a way out. "There has to be a window, something." In the corner, a window was partially boarded up, but there was enough room for them to squeeze through. They hurried toward it, pushing aside the rotting boards as the sound of chaos erupted in the main room. Ben glanced back, terror washing over him as the creature began to consume everything in its path. "Go," Clara shouted, urging Lydia through the narrow opening. "I'll follow." As Lydia scrambled out into the night, Clara heard the unmistakable sound of bones crackling and flesh tearing, the echo of their friends' screams merging with the cacophony of chaos. With a final push, Clara forced herself through the window, pain slicing through her as the jagged edges tore at her skin. The night air enveloped her, but the moment of freedom was short-lived. The creature was already on their trail, its growls reverberating through the darkness. Its growls reverberating through the darkness. They sprinted into the woods, branches clawing at their faces and shadows closing in around them. "Where do we go?" Lydia grasped, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "We have to keep moving," Clara urged, her heart pounding as the sounds of the creature grew nearer. They ran through the forest, disoriented, stumbling over roots and fallen branches. The moon hung high, casting an eerie light on their path, but it did little to alleviate the dread that clung to them. Suddenly, Lydia stumbled, falling to the ground. Clara turned back, fear clawing at her throat. "Lydia, get up!" "I can't," Lydia cried, clutching her ankle, a pained expression twisting her face. "I think I hurt myself." "Leave me, just go," Lydia shouted desperately, lacing her voice. "No, I won't leave you," Clara cried, rushing to her side. But the sound of the creature was closing in, and Clara could feel the ground vibrating beneath her feet. "We have to move now." With every ounce of strength, Clara helped Lydia to her feet, supporting her as they stumbled deeper into the woods. The creature's growl echoed around them, the very air thick with the malevolence. Time lost all meaning as they plunged deeper into the dark wilderness. The trees twisted and turned, forming a labyrinth of shadows that threatened to consume them whole. Clara's lungs burned, but she pressed on, the fear of the creature driving her forward. Finally, they burst into a clearing, a wide open space illuminated by the moon's pale light. In the center lay a well, its stone walls slick with moss and decay. "We can hide in there," Clara urged, pointing to the opening. Lydia nodded. Desperation ignited her spirit, and together they hurried to the well, climbing down into its depths. The darkness enveloped them, a shroud of silence that offered a fleeting sense of safety. They huddled together at the bottom, their breath echoing in the confined space. Minutes turned to hours as they waited in the suffocating darkness, the sounds of the creature fading into the distance. The fear that had gripped Clara began to shift into a suffocating anxiety and the reality of their situation weighing heavily upon her. "Do you think it's gone?" Lydia whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," Clara replied, fighting to keep her own fear at bay. "But we can't stay here forever." Suddenly the sound above them trembled, and Clara felt a chill seep into her bones. The sound of a scratching echoed from above, a persistent tapping that sent shivers down their spines. They exchanged terrifying glances, a silent understanding passing between them. "It's coming back," Lydia breathed, her eyes wide with fear. Clara clutched Lydia's hand tightly, her heart racing. "We have to find a way out, now." Summoning every ounce of courage, Clara climbed up the sides of the well, her fingers searching for a grip. The scratching above intensified, a cacophony that reverberated through the air. With one final heave, she reached the top and pushed aside the remnants of the stones that had sealed them in. As Clara emerged into the night, she gasped in horror. The creature loomed before her, its grotesque form silhouetted against the moonlight, its eyes glowing with an insatiable hunger, and the air thickening with the stench of decay. "Clara!" Lydia cried from below, panic rising in her voice. "Stay back!" Clara shouted, but there was no time. The creature lunged forward, its maw opening wide to consume her. In a moment of instinctual desperation, Clara grabbed a nearby branch and swung it with all her might, connecting with the creature's face. It recoiled, a piercing shriek echoing through the night, and Clara seized the opportunity to dive back down into the well. "Clara," Lydia cried, fear palpable in her voice. "We have to find another way out," Clara gasped breathlessly. They searched frantically in the darkness, but the walls offered no solace. The scratching above grew louder, a promise of inevitable doom, With every passing moment, Clara could feel the creature's rage rising, an insatiable desire to claim what was rightfully its. As despair washed over them, Clara's mind raced. The legend Lydia had spoken of echoed in her thoughts, the spirit that feasted upon the souls of the unwary. They were not merely victims, they were offerings drawn to the cabin by the spirit's insidious call. "We have to break the cycle," Clara shouted, her voice filled with newfound determination. Lydia nodded, her eyes glimmering with resolve. "But how?" "We have to confront it. We have to show it that we are not afraid." As if sensing their determination, the creature unleashed a howl of fury that reverberated through the earth. Clara stilled herself, grasping Lydia's hand tightly. "We need to face it together." Climbing back up, they emerged once more into the moonlit night, the creature waiting hungrily for them. Clara could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the very land resonating with the spirit's dark hunger. "Show yourself," Clara shouted, her voice ringing with defiance. "We are not your offerings." The creature paused, its grotesque figure twisted in confusion. Clara stepped forward, her heart racing, but she refused to back down. "Now you will not claim us." In that moment, a change began to unfold. The ground trembled and the air thickened with an ancient power, as if the very essence of the earth responded to their declaration. The creature howled in rage, the sound piercing the night as it thrashed against the unseen forces that bound it. "Clara, what are you doing?" Lydia cried, fear lacing her voice. "Trust me," Clara shouted, feeling the energy surge through her. "We can break the curse." With every ounce of strength, Clara focused her thoughts, channeling her fear into a powerful declaration. "We are not afraid of you. We are not your prey." The creature's movement slowed, confusion washing over its twisted form. It hesitated. The shadows around it flickered as if caught in a tempest. In the moment of vulnerability, Clara felt a surge of hope. "Remember the love of family and friends," Clara called out, her voice rising above the din. "You do not have to be a monster." As she spoke those words, the air crackled with energy. The creature seemed to waver, its form blurring at the edges as if caught between realms. Clara reached out, feeling the warmth of friendship and love envelop her. In a final surge of determination, Clara stepped forward, her heart pounding as she extended her hand towards the creature. "You can be free. You do not have to be bound by this hunger." With a piercing scream, the creature lunged forward, but instead of attacking, it collided with Clara's outstretched hand. A blinding light erupted from the point of contact, enveloping them both in a radiant glow. Time ceased to exist as Clara felt herself being pulled into a whirlwind of energy. Her very essence merged with the spirit of the creature. Memories flooded her mind. Pain, suffering, but also love, hope, and the yearning for freedom. In that instant, Clara understood they were not so different. The creature had once been a being of light, twisted into a monster by its own despair and hunger. As the light enveloped her, Clara felt the chains of fear shatter, replaced by an overwhelming sense of compassion. The creature's form began to dissolve. The shadows receded as it transformed before her eyes. When the light faded, Clara found herself standing in the clearing, Lydia beside her, the creature nowhere to be seen. The air was still, and the sense of peace settled over the woods. "We did it," Lydia whispered, disbelief etched on her face. Clara nodded, a mixture of exhaustion and relief washing over her. They had broken the cycle, confronting not only the creature, but their own fears. As they turned to leave the clearing, Clara looked back at one last time, a soft smile spreading across her lips. The spirit of the woods whispering its gratitude, a gentle reminder that even in darkness there could be light. In the little town of Cedar Hollow, Thanksgiving was a big deal. Families gathered, sharing laughter and love over heaping plates of turkey, mashed potatoes. But for Jamie and Mark, it was their first Thanksgiving as a married couple, and they wanted to impress their families with a perfect dinner. Little did they know they were about to step into a culinary nightmare. "All right, let's get this turkey," Jamie said, excitement glimmering in his eyes as they pulled into Old Man Thomas's farm. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dilapidated barn and fields. Mark glanced at the faded sign that read, "Thompson's Free-Range Turkeys." As they walked towards the barn, a gust of wind rattled the creaky wood, and Mark shivered. "Are you sure this is the right place?" he asked, eyeing the ominous clouds forming above. "Absolutely. I heard his turkeys are the best in the county," Jamie replied, determination in her voice. Besides, it's an adventure. They stepped inside the barn, greeted by the unsettling sound of clucking and flapping. Rows of plump turkeys clucked in unison, their beady eyes watching the newcomers. Mark chuckled nervously. I think they're judging us. Shush, it's just a turkey, Jamie said, walking toward a particularly large specimen with shiny feathers. It puffed up its chest as if to say, I'm the one you want. Old Man Thomas emerged from the shadows, his face weathered and lined with a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. Ah, I see you found my finest bird, he choked, a toothless grin splitting his face. But be warned, it's not just any turkey, it's a special turkey. Jamie and Mark exchanged glances. Special? How? Mark asked, his curiosity piqued. The last family that cooked this turkey, let's just say they didn't make it to Thanksgiving dinner. Thompson replied, chuckling darkly. This bird is cursed. If you don't respect the feast, it will haunt you. Mark laughed awkwardly, shaking his head. Come on, it's just a turkey. Thompson leaned closer, his voice drooped to a whisper. You mock the curse, but the curse doesn't mock you. Treat it well, and it will be your greatest feast. Anger it, and you'll regret it. Okay, we'll take our chances, Jamie said, rolling her eyes playfully. We'll treat it like royalty. With that, they purchased the turkey, unaware of the fate awaiting them. Back at their cozy little house, Jamie and Mark prepared for the big day. The kitchen was filled with the intoxicating aroma of herbs and spices as they seasoned the turkey, humming along to festive music. This is going to be the best Thanksgiving ever, Jamie exclaimed, stuffing the bird with homemade stuffing. Mark set up the dining table, his mind racing with images of compliments from family. They're going to love us. But as the turkey cooked, a strange series of events began to unfold. The lights flickered ominously. Shadows danced on the walls, and a low, gruntle growl echoed from the kitchen. Did you hear that? Mark asked, his heart racing. It's just the turkey, Jamie replied, laughing nervously. You're being ridiculous. Suddenly, the oven door swung open, slamming against a wall, revealing the turkey, now a vibrant shade of crimson, its eyes gleaming with an outworldly light. A sinister smile seemed to stretch across its beak, and the room grew icy cold. Jamie, I think the turkey is alive, Mark stammered, backing away slowly. Don't be silly, Jamie shouted through her, though her voice trembled. It's just an old oven, and we've had too much wine. With a flick of its wings, the turkey launched itself from the roasting pan, landing on the kitchen floor with a loud thud. It waddled towards Mark, feathers bristling, the sound of its footsteps echoing like a drum. Mark grabbed a spatula, holding it up defensively. Stay back, you cursed bird. The turkey hissed, revealing sharp, glistening teeth. It lunged at him, and Mark swung the spatula widely. The kitchen erupted into chaos as Jamie screamed, trying to capture the rogue turkey. What do we do? She shouted, her eyes wide with terror. Run! Mark yelled, bolting out of the kitchen, the turkey hot on his heels. The couple dashed through the house, the crazed turkey chasing him like a feathered demon. They skidded into the living room, where Jamie grabbed a broom, brandishing it like a weapon. Get back, you foolish beast, she yelled, swinging at the turkey, which deftly dodged, squawking in anger. The turkey retaliated, pecking at Mark's leg. Ow, it hurts, he yelled, jumping up and down. Get the door, Jamie screamed, still swinging the broom. We need to get it outside. Mark scrambled for the front door while Jamie tried to corral the turkey towards it. As they pushed through, the turkey made a final furious lunge, knocking Jamie's broom out of her hand. Get out of my house, you monster, Jamie shouted, finally shoving the turkey outside. It flapped its wings in frustration, screeching like a banshee. Panting heavily, Mark slammed the door shut and leaned against it, trying to catch his breath. What just happened? Jamie pressed her forehead against the cool wood of the door, still shaken. I don't know, but that turkey is definitely cursed. They stared at each other, the reality of their situation sinking in. What do we do now? Mark asked. I think we need to call someone, Jamie said, pulling out her phone. As she dialed, the turkey began to peck at the door. Relentless in its pursuit, it squawked angrily, flapping its wings against the wood. Please pick up, Jamie urged as the phone rang. Hello? A voice crackled through the line. Hi, we have a bit of a situation, Jamie stammered, glancing nervously at the door. What kind of situation? The voice replied skeptical. A possessed turkey is trying to break into our house, she said, feeling ridiculous. The line went silent for a moment before the voice on the other end burst into laughter. Sure, right. Sounds like a Thanksgiving prank. No, I'm serious. This turkey is cursed, Jamie pleaded. Lady, you had too much wine. Have a good Thanksgiving, the voice said before hanging up. Great, just great, Jamie muttered, tossing her phone aside. No one believes us. Mark stepped away from the door, a newfound determination in his eyes. We need to end this. We can't let it ruin Thanksgiving. Jamie nodded, and they made their way to the kitchen to strategize. We need a plan. Armed with a frying pan and a determined spirit, Jamie and Mark steeled themselves for battle. They opened the door to the backyard where the turkey was waiting, its eyes glinting with malice. Okay, on three, Mark whispered. 1, 2, 3. They charged out, but the turkey was quicker. It launched itself at them, flapping wildly. Then Mark swung the frying pan, barely missing. Damn it! It's like it knows our moves. Damn it! It's like it knows our moves, Jamie shouted. Just aim for its head, Mark yelled, swinging the pan again. This time he connected, but the turkey merely shook it off, unfazed. The turkey let out a terrifying squawk and lunged at Jamie, who barely dodged. This isn't working. We need a new plan. Just then a loud honk echoed from the side of the house. It was their neighbor, Mr. Jenkins, the old farmer known for his gruff demeanor and stubbornness. Hey, what in tarnation is going on over there? He shouted, approaching them with his shotgun in hand. We have a cursed turkey that's trying to kill us, Jamie exclaimed, waving her arms. Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow. Cursed, huh? You kids and your nonsense. Then as he stepped closer, the turkey turned its attention to him, squawking angrily. See, it's real, Mark shouted, pointing at the furious bird. Before Jenkins could react, the turkey charged at him, flapping its wings and pecking at its boots. What the? He fired a warning shot into the air, startling the turkey momentarily. Help us, Jamie pleaded. With a reluctant sigh, Mr. Jenkins took aim. All right, let's see what this cursed turkey is made of. He fired, but instead of a solid hit, the bullet ricocheted off a tree, and the turkey merely seemed to laugh, its beady eyes glimmering with dark amusement. "Are you kidding me?" Mark exclaimed, watching the bird dance around them. "This thing is invincible." "Let's trap it," Jamie shouted. "We need to use its own weight against it." They quickly devised a plan, setting up a makeshift trap using the old barn door. With Jenkins providing cover, they lured the turkey towards the door. As it charged, they pulled the door down, slamming it shut just in time. But the turkey was relentless. It battered against the wood, cawing and screeching, trying to break free. "Keep it down," Jenkins yelled, looking unnerved. "This thing is more than a turkey." Mark and Jamie exchanged nervous glances, realizing the gravity of their situation. What do we do now?" Jamie asked, biting her lip. "Get some rope," Jenkins ordered. "We need to bind it before it breaks loose." They scrambled to find more rope in the barn, their hearts racing. Mark returned, tying the turkey's wings tightly. Just as they felt a moment of triumph, the turkey let out a spine-chilling screech. It was then they noticed the dark mist rising around the ground, swirling ominously around the bird. The turkey's eyes glowed, and it let out a growl that rattled the very air around them. "Oh no," Jamie gasped. "It's summoning something." The mist thickened, swirling around the turkey like a spectral shroud. Shapes began to materialize in the fog-twisted, shadow forms, the lost souls of previous Thanksgiving dinners, trapped and hungry. "Run," Jenkins yelled, shoving Jamie and Mark as they fled the barn. The turkey, now a harbinger of dark spirits, began to rise, its form becoming more monstrous as the shadows enveloped it. It hissed, and the spirits wailed, their ghostly faces contorted in agony. "What have we done?" Mark cried, glancing back at the horror they had unleashed. "We need to break the curse," Jamie shouted desperately in her voice. Thompson mentioned respect. "We need to honor it somehow." But how could they honor a bird that had come alive to destroy them? They recalled Old Man Thompson's warning, "Cook it with reverence." Mark yelled, piecing it together. "We need to prepare it as if it were a royal feast." Jenkins, still clutching his shotgun, nodded. "I've got spices in a pot in my truck. Let's make this happen." With a newfound urgency, they rushed back into the house. They gathered ingredients, tossing herbs and spices into a large pot, hoping to appease the malevolent spirit of the turkey. As they prepared, the turkey's furious squawking echoed outside, the spirits swirling menacingly around the house. The air grew thick with tension, and the lights flickered ominously. "Quick, we need to cook it now," Jamie urged, pouring the mixture into a large pot over a fire in the backyard. "Quick, we need to cook it now," Jamie urged, pouring the mixture into a large pot over a fire in the backyard. They placed the turkey in the pot, chanting the words Thompson had mentioned, trying to summon the spirit of the feast. As they did, the turkey screeched and the spirits howled in anger, but Jamie and Mark pressed on, mixing their concoction with fervor. "Please, great spirit of the feast, we honor you," Mark shouted, his voice carrying over the chaos. Suddenly the wind picked up, howling around them, and the dark mist began to recede. The turkey's monstrous form shrank, returning to its original size. now just a regular turkey once more. With a final screech, the spirits dissipated, leaving the air eerily still. Mark and Jamie collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "I think we did it," Jamie whispered, her eyes wide with disbelief. As the sun set, the skies cleared and the dark clouds faded away, leaving a serene view of Cedar Hollow. A couple stared at the now normal turkey, their hearts racing. "I can't believe we survived that," Mark said, shaking his head in disbelief. They carefully prepared the turkey for dinner, cooking it with love and respect. As the aroma filled the air, they set the table, inviting Mr. Jenkins to join them for their Thanksgiving feast. When their families arrived, they marveled at the spread, unaware of the horror that had unfolded earlier. Jamie and Mark shared a knowing glance, a silent agreement to keep the turkey's dark past a secret. As they sat down, everyone raised their glasses to toast the couple's first Thanksgiving together. Jamie couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph and relief. "Here's to love, family, and the best Thanksgiving ever," Jamie declared, smiling at everyone. As they dug into the turkey, Jamie noticed a glimmer of something in the corner of his eye, a shadow passing by the window. She shivered, but brushed it off as a trick of the light. After dinner, as laughter and chatter filled the air, Mark leaned closer to Jamie. "Do you think it's really over?" She smiled, though a flicker of doubt crossed her face. "I hope so, but maybe we should avoid turkeys from now on." Just as they relaxed, a loud thud echoed from the kitchen. The laughter stopped, and everyone looked towards the noise. "What was that?" Jamie asked, her heart racing again. Mark stood, a weary expression on his face. "I'll check it out." As he stepped into the kitchen, they all held their breath, and Jamie's pulse quickened. The turkey sat on the corner, innocently untouched, but something felt off. Suddenly the lights flickered and the ground trembled beneath them. Jamie felt a chill run down his spine, the air thick with tension. The door to the pantry creaked open, and a low growl resonated from within. Mark's eyes widened as he turned to the others. Guys?" From the shadows, another turkey emerged, this one more fearsome than the last, its eyes glowing with malevolence. The room went silent. Everyone froze in shock. With a fierce determination, Jamie stepped forward, raising her glass high. "We're ready for round 2. As the creature screeched, the laughter of their family turned into a cacophony of chaos, the promise of another Thanksgiving adventure brewing as the shadows danced in the kitchen. The end. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today I am doing my live stream again. I apparently hit the wrong button. I stopped streaming instead of started recording, so I apologize about that. And I am back on. I believe that X and Twitch is still recording, so they've got all of my mistakes. Without any faltering, you guys have the deep dark secret of a guy who's streaming and screwed up. So let me go ahead and get things kicked off and started. Now, like I said before, I am currently working on getting my
things taken care of. I've backed off of live streaming. If you've noticed, I've only been doing it for one or streaming live once a week, and the reason why I'm doing that is I'm taking a break from doing live streams and working on my channels, as well as working with Minds Gaming, Bob Dub, and Within the Vacuum on Mint Me, and figuring all that out. Now, I was saying, and people on Twitch and X will probably hear me again say it again, but I am working on, or I have figured out how to get my tokens off of MintMe, their platform, and into my wallet. But at the moment, I haven't figured out how to do any kind of converting tokens. You know what I mean? There's no way of converting them over to other currencies and stuff like that yet. So I'm still working on it, trying to figure it out. But that's the kind of thing I'm doing with MintMe, and I started doing that with Minds Gaming and Bob Dub and Within the Vacuum, and they've been helping me with figuring out how to get everything onto the to my wallet, and that is MetaMask. I've got it hooked up to where the WoW token that I created is able to go onto my MetaMask as well. I can send my MintMe tokens to MetaMask as well. So that's how I'm doing that. Other than that, I haven't been trying it with Uniswap or anything of that nature. Now, with MetaMask as well, a good thing to point out is, or not MetaMask, but MintMe, Bob Dub has been working with Minds Gaming to where he is able to, or where they were able to set up tutorials so that if anybody wants to transfer their tokens off of the platform onto their MetaMask wallet, they can do it. If you can't, or if you go on my channel that I have called Wonderful World of Weirdness, in the community section, I've been posting links to their videos that they've been doing about it. It's tutorials that'll guide you through it. Now you can find Bob Dub on X for Bob Dub on Minds, or you can find her on Minds.com. You can also find her on YouTube. She has her own channel there as well. She's got one on Rumble, and you can find her there. But the best way to find her is on YouTube under Bob Dub. Now you can also get in touch with Minds Gaming directly too if you want to. He's on Minds.com. He goes. He's got Minds Underground, and he also has the Imaginarium, something Imaginarium. They've always got these weird names. Everybody on Minds does. I'm pulling it up right now. Infinite Imaginarium. That's what it's called. You can find him there on Minds Chat. So that's a good way of getting in touch with him and trying to get things sorted out. Now, other than the MintMe, I've also been working on setting up new graphics and things of that nature with Blender. Been going through doing some animations. I finally was able to do the marble floor that I wanted to do for Bob Dub. She's got a glitch account, and she's trying to make a VR kind of room with a marble floor and all of her NFTs is what she's wanting to create of her portraits and stuff. So she's got that going on. I've been I did the marble floors. I'm also trying to help with setting up Dude Where's My Wallet's lounge
as well as their house or apartment. So those are two things that are in process, and I've been doing the coding for that, which I'm not really happy about talking about code, but I've been doing a little bit more coding, getting into frickin' Blender, doing some Blender there. I've also done like that emblem that's right there in the middle of the screen. That's something I've done. As a matter of fact, all of that is something that I've done. So I've done that with Blender, making my own animations and stuff. Well, I finally got into it, set up some new introductions, intros and outros and background videos, played around with some audio visualization so that when I do my streams you can see my voice with waveform, and I've got that in process now. I've gone through and I started working on old channels that I had on YouTube that I'm getting back into shape, putting content on it. One is one that I stopped using a long time ago, but I figured I would give it a go. I come up with a different concept for it. It's called Earth. Years and years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, I was doing gardening videos on there. So if you guys do go on there, please do not look at those videos. They are horrible. They involve me gardening, and you do not want to see Roger Hanson gardening. Okay, trust me. So that's what I'm doing there. Now with this one, I am coming at it from, well, see, what it was is I have another channel called The Praetorian, where at first it was supposed to be about politics, and eventually a lot of the stuff happened with politics to where I basically got disgusted by it and didn't want anything to do with it. So I tried to stop doing politics on that channel, and I got into science and history, philosophy, and things of that nature, because those are things that I like to do, if you haven't noticed, you know. So I kept on trying to do that for a few years, and here in the last year I got back into talking about political history and politics and things of that nature with Mark Edworthy, and that ended up having me come across this stuff, where I decided I'm going to open up Earth, and instead of putting the ancient history and the science stuff on the Praetorian, I'm going to put it on Earth. So I'm going to have my gardening videos with ancient history and science, as well as another series that I'm putting out that has to do with some of the stuff me and Bob Dub covered on my channel that had to do with duality, and that series is called Hummingbirds and Bumblebees, and I've started on that. So I've got the first 2 episodes set up for that, as well as the first 2 episodes for ancient history. Besides doing Earth, I'm also starting up my storyteller channel again, which I was doing last year, and this is going to be short stories. I'm also going to go over a writer who has written a book. I'm going to do a narration of his book. It's John G. from Minds.com, and he ended up putting out a cool book that he allowed me to do a narration on, and that book is called The Wall House Curse, I believe is the name of it. But yeah, it's called the Wall House Curse. The wall as in WAHL house curse. I've been going through it and getting it set up, so far it's looking pretty decent. I've got the first episode that's already been published. It's on YouTube, and if you guys want to watch it, just check it out. It's on the Storyteller. If you want to find it, just go into my channel's description. I believe it's on the bottom part of it. The on my timeline thing, whatever, down below where it shows other channels that I support. It's on there. If not, I'll be posting it. If you see it, click on it and watch it. So because I post all the time. Here lately, I've been posting on MintMe as well as X. All my stuff is also going up on Rumble. Here lately, I haven't been doing any posts whatsoever on Odyssey, but I have been doing my live streams on here, so I can get back to that later on, but at the moment I just want to get my videos onto Rumble and onto X, and that's been a job and a half. So that is where I have been going with Blender lately. I've got a lot of good stuff coming up. I've done the background for Earth as well as the Storyteller, where it's set up in podcast format basically. Some of it has slideshows, some of it has animations, but it also has the waveform to where when the stories or when somebody's talking, you'll see the waveform for their voice as it appears. So it's pretty cool. I think it is. And on Earth, I created a holographic Earth that rotates. Now on that one, I did it to where the Earth doesn't just rotate in a circular motion, because the Earth doesn't really rotate like that, you know what I mean? So I put an actual rotation on it to where you'll see it rotating. I thought that was pretty cool too, so that's what I've been doing. Now also I went through and I did some stuff with PermaWeb, and I also had an episode where I was showing off my chat. Now I've put a hold on the chat because I'm having issues now being able to use the apps that are involved with it, with Element. So I'm going through and working with Mark Edworthy and Tan. We're trying to get some stuff worked out on that, try to get it up and going. But the chats are still there, it's just they're not public, and that's because it's not ready. Once it's ready, we'll open it up to the public. I do want to eventually be able to use that when it comes to getting my people, or getting my streams up and going, you know what I mean, to where if people want to make a comment or something in the chats, they can just go in there and chat it out, you know, and I can answer them if I need to. So those are some of the stuff that I have going on, and with that being said, I guess I can get started with the outline that I wanted to present. I covered about 20 minutes of that, plus messing up on my recording / stream. Thank goodness I caught on to that, or I would have been running around with my head like a chicken with my head cut off, or sitting in here talking and not realizing that my stream wasn't even videotaping, so it could have been a nightmare. But anyhow, let me double check. Everything seems to be up and going. So first thing I want to talk about is the gaming part. You know, I've actually been doing 3 games at the moment, and for anybody who sees me gaming, they know how I usually do it. My gaming is basically kind of like my live streams. It's a variety. It's kind of like variety gaming, and I do let's plays and stuff of that nature. But what I usually do is I take 3 games and I'll stream 10 videos of each game at the same, you know, I mean, 10 of this game, and then switch to the next one, do 10 of that game, and then switch to the third one, the last one, and do 10 of them. And then I'll go back to the first one and I'll do 10 of them, and then onward, and then the third time, you know, and I call them rounds, where I do them in the rounds. So what I usually do is that, and the first 3 games that I started on was Doom, and then I ended up doing For Honor as well as Assassin's Creed Unity. Now, what I want to do is I want to go through and I want to talk to you guys about these games and what I enjoyed about them and what I didn't enjoy about them, so that and just basically things that you need to watch out for with them, because especially with Doom was the one that I really do need to give people warnings about on that game. Now, Doom, when you go in there and they have the recommended settings, this is what you need to know. Okay, at the beginning of the game, they tell you to adjust the name Doom to where it's just barely visible. Now, it's fine if you want to do that, okay, but be prepared for it to be extremely dark if you do that. It'd be hard to see things. Now, a lot of people who get on streaming, they always turn that up so that people can see the streams and stuff. But for me, what happened for me was I went according to the recommendations and I made it barely visible and everything was dark. And I was fine with that until it started getting complicated and it started getting hard. And I kept having the urge to switch it back, you know, and start over with the brightness up. But for me, as I kept playing it, it started feeling like if I did that, it would be like a cop-out, because this is the recommended settings that the game suggests, you know. So basically with that game, for my gameplay in it, I kept it at the recommended settings, and the game was really dark, okay? Now, that's the thing I just wanted to warn everybody about. If you don't want to play that game in a really, really dark environment, then don't follow the recommended settings when it comes to that, because if you do, it's going to be real dark and hard to see. So, with that being in mind, I also want to bring up things like about the map. Okay, now the map on this game is cool, but it's something that you also have to get used to, like navigating on the map and trying to figure out where you're at. That's something that you have to do. You have to get used to using it, especially if you go according to the recommended settings and everything's dark, because you're going to get lost real easy. And there's things that you're going to have to be able to do, like go through corridors that are real low and things of that nature. I actually had to go on and watch another person's tutorial in order to find out a few things, because it was so dark in the game that I couldn't frickin' tell what I needed to do, like a little crawl space that I had to jump up to instead of bend down and go through, you know. I didn't know where that was, so I did it twice, and, you know, I'm okay with it. It's just, you know, I'm an older player. I'm like 51, and back whenever I started playing games, you just didn't do stuff like that. You know, that was cheating. It's more acceptable now than what it used to be, is all I've got to say. So, but you know, that's just me. Don't listen to me. I'm just running my mouth, you know. But anyhow, the map is pretty cool though. It's really, I was really impressed with this game, because I remember the original game, and this game made me feel really good, because not too many of the older games that I've played have, the newer games that they've remade for them haven't really stood up compared to the older ones, you know what I'm saying? But this one did. It made me feel real good about it. Now, with the game being so dark when I was playing it, I do have to say that the Foundry became a bit confusing. But the darkness, like I said, had a lot to do with that. I ended up getting lost, not being able to figure out what I needed to do, and that was because of that little crawl space I was telling you about. I had to jump up into this crawl space that was up high in the air, and I didn't even know it was there. I couldn't see it because it was too dark. And I had a lot of issues with that when I was going through and playing the game, because it was really, really dark and it was hard to see things. I even had a few comments about it, but I explained it to him, look, it's the recommended settings. This is what the game suggested I set it at, and that's why it ended up happening, So besides that, they also, mentioned it in the comments about the whole darkness thing, and how was I able to actually fight and stuff. And it's a completely different experience than what I've seen other people play with it being lit up, because you see your enemies when the room's all lit up. You don't have to worry about it. But like when it's dark, they're creeping around you and it's hard to see them. So you have to literally find out where they're at and kill them. And you can't sit still. You know what I mean? So you do have to fight them and figure out where they're at, and make sure that you're in a safe spot to where you don't get attacked from behind and things of that nature. I thought that was interesting there, and I guess with it lit up, it would take away that aspect, So in that point of view, I can see why it would be better to have it dark instead of lit up, because then you're taking away from the game if it's lit up and you can see where all the enemies are. So now, another thing I do want to say that I was really impressed with, and I love this, this game had an effective punch. Now, with punching and using like pistols and stuff like that, in most games pistols aren't worth shit. There's very few games that I've played where pistols are actually worth having. Now, I'll say it on here, their little ray gun, that was completely worthless. The gun that you got when you first started, it's just a piece of crap, not worth using. But the punch, the actual walking up and punching demons, was very effective. I found that more useful in the game than I did any of the weapons. Okay, it's very effective, very useful. And it was refreshing for me to actually play a game where the punch was more important than actually using an automatic weapon, you know what I mean? So that was pretty cool. I like games where they let you use like a smaller weapon and it's really, really good. So that's one thing that I do want to mention. Now, the ammunition on this game is very, very limited too. Like, you're not going to always have the amount of ammunition that you need, so that's where the punching would be really important. Figure out how to do the punching and get it down pat, because you're going to run out of ammunition. You'll get ammunition. It's everywhere, you know what I mean? And besides that, but when you, I noticed too, like whenever you shoot an enemy, the stuff that drops out of them isn't as abundant as if you go up and you knock them out with your fist. When you knock them out of your fist, health and everything comes falling out of their body, and it goes into you and it heals you and stuff of that nature. So when I was able to punch, that would happen and I would get healed. So while I'm getting ambushed and hit by all these other aliens, I'm getting health put back into me at the same time, which was very helpful. But just be aware, ammunition is very limited. So what I ended up doing is I ended up being more dependent on my punches and less dependent on using my weapons. Now, as time goes by, or went by, I learned to use them in combination and be a little bit more conservative when it comes to shooting my guns. I thought that was pretty good how that worked out. Now the chainsaw on there is cool as hell, but I'll tell you right now, one thing it's very important for some of the people that you fight in this game. So don't just go around sawing people up. You know what I mean? Pick your fights when it comes to using that chainsaw, because there's stronger enemies that you're going to have to kill, and then that chainsaw is going to be perfect for just slashing into them and cutting them in half. Just right down the middle. Saw them right down the middle and laugh about it. You know, it's you just do that, and you just take care of that, and everything will be perfectly fine. So the thing I had to learn was to hold off on that chainsaw until you had to work with or you came across these enemies and used it on them, because chainsaws they can barely or rarely be used because they run out of fuel like after one use, and after that there is no more using it until like you get to another point in the game. I guess I wasn't really for sure if like they had fuel that refueled it or what, you know what I mean? It's just at some points it worked, at some points it didn't. But that is what I ended up having to do with the chainsaw. Just be very careful. Make sure you use that chainsaw on strong enemies. Don't just use it on any of the enemies you go up against. Overall, I'd have to say that I really did enjoy this game. I enjoyed that new Doom like you wouldn't believe. It's really a fun game. My son ended up giving it to me 2 years ago on my birthday, and it took until just recently before I could actually get into it and play it, because I was backlogged on games that I needed to play and catch up to. But when I finally did play it, I gotta admit, man, he was right on the nose about it. He thought I'd love it, and I did. I loved it. It's a pretty good game. He also recommended Metro to me, and I played that, and it turned out to be a real good game. So I've got to admit, he's got good taste in video games. That is the truth about it. At least the ones I've played so far, they've been pretty good. So with that, I am going to go to my second game, and that second game was For Honor. Okay. Now that game was all right too, but it wasn't as good as what I had expected it to be. You know, I remember when For Honor first came out, and from the time it first came out until now, or until I finally played the game, I wanted to play that game, and I never got a chance to do it. And I finally got to play the game, and my expectations of it, I guess, were higher than what they really should have been, and I've always had an issue with setting expectations because of this, you know. I don't like to set expectations because you end up getting disappointed by it, and the outcome usually isn't all that great. But you know, this game, like I said, it was alright, but it wasn't as good as what I expected it to be. The storyline to me seemed like it was too short. There's 3 separate storylines. One for the samurai, one for the Nordic, and then one for the Knights, and they're not very long. So I really thought that that was something that could have been worked on, because it was just a little bit too much. So um, I did think that the storyline seemed too short. Now, another thing that seemed to irk me about the game that I really thought could have been done better was the character creation. Hold on a minute. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. So, I ended up having an issue that took place, and I ended up having to take care of it real quick. But, like I said, the game was alright, but it wasn't what I expected. The storyline seemed too short for Honor. They could have put more into it than what they did, is what I believe. Also, the game didn't have a character creation option either. You would think for a fighting game where it's multiple people fighting against one another, they would have the option to where you could create your own character, but that wasn't a part of it. It was bad enough that my controller ended up screwing up, and I had to learn how to do all of the combinations and fighting and everything with a keyboard and a mouse, but they didn't give you the option to even create your own characters and everything. They were all built in characters that you had to select from, which was, I've had to put up with that before, but at least there was a lot of varieties of characters that you could use, and I didn't find that with this game very much. So that was something that I did have an issue with. I think they could have done a lot better when it came to that, to be honest. But like I said, it wasn't a bad game. It really wasn't. It was an alright game. It's just not what I expected it to be. I expected it to be a lot better. I expected to go into like this multiplayer game where freaking people are on a battlefield and fighting with swords and stuff, because they're fighting. The way you fight on that is really cool, because like if another player swings to the left, you have to block
that swing by guarding to the left. You know what I mean? And shifting to the right and up and down and all that. So it's very, very technical. And that's the thing I really wanted to get out of that, was the technical fighting aspect of it all, which it did have. It was very cool. I thought that was great. And that's why I said that it wasn't a bad game at all. And they also had a duel part where one-on-one you could go in and battle one person at a one-on-one instead of being in a group meeting. I thought that was really, really cool. So that was something that I thought I would like. Another challenges, and it was mentioned in my comments too, where the challenges seemed kind of quick. And that was something that I did notice too. Like when you go through and you have to do these challenges, the obstacles that you go through aren't really all that hard. They're really easy. And it's, to me, it was more of doing them to build up on my character's points and his level up. You know what I mean? That's basically all it was. They weren't really hard to do or anything of that nature. Now the storylines did have hard times. I ended up having, I'd say I had quite a few tough battles when it came to the storylines. But some of that had to do with me actually learning the game. Then I went from using a controller to literally having to or literally playing the game with my keyboard and my mouse. So I had to transition from working with a gamepad or a controller to doing just straight off the computer, you know. So I had those things going on, but I ended up getting it down pat, and the game ended up doing pretty good. And like I said, it was a good game, but I think it could have done better. You know, I really do believe that. So with that being said, I can go on to my third game. Now, the third game I did was Assassin's Creed Unity. The one thing I did like, which you can find this in pretty much all of the other Assassin's Creeds too, but the game allowed parkour and the ability to move quick, which that's basically every Assassin's Creed game that you ever play, you know what I mean? But that's the one thing I always have enjoyed about it. I enjoyed the parkour that you get out of it, and even though you're supposed to act stealthy in the game, I really never was stealthy. And if anybody who's ever watched me play video games can testify to, I'm not a stealthy gamer. Like, I don't run around being all stealthy and trying to sneak up on them. I do sometimes, don't get me wrong, okay? But it's not really a habit that I practice. I love killing them all. I'll go through and slash and grind, you know. And that's just the way I've always been, you know, in these games. Don't get me wrong, I will try the stealth thing, but that's the thing that I really am. I'm a fighter when it comes to these games. So overall, it wasn't any different from the games I've played before, or from the game I played before with Assassin's Creed. Now, the one I played before this was the one with the pirates. And you could be on the ship, and you could jump over to the other ship and get in fights with them on there. And you could steal their ship and take it as your own and stuff. But it didn't have any of this in Unity, so that was the only difference. But other than that, it was basically the same game, you know. Now, the fight scenes, they were good. The thing of it is, for me though, is maybe they're a little too good, you know, because I have a tendency of, like I said, not being stealthy and wanting to fight. So they have this thing with the fighting where if somebody's coming down on you with a sword, you can hit block and it'll frickin' block, or parry, you can parry their attack and then frickin' attack them, and I really love when I can do that, because then you can sit there and fight with them, and when they go to attack you, you just parry and bam, hit them, I always love doing that, and sometimes I get carried away with it. I do like games of that nature. I haven't been able to play too many of them. I played Battle for Middle-earth, which I really liked. I've heard Batman, I believe it is. Batman does it, and a lot of the DC games do it, I guess. But Assassin's Creed does it as well, so that's the one thing I do like about it, was the parry option and being able to do that. I do like the stealth kills and things of that nature as well. Don't get me wrong, I do like doing those things. But like I said, I'm not really, that's not my priority. Like when I'm supposed to sneak, I usually don't even sneak. But yeah, out of all of it, I would have to say yes, I really did enjoy this game too. Now, as much as I like Doom, no, I didn't. I didn't like it as much as I did like Doom, but I really enjoyed playing Doom. It was a good game. For Honor, it was pretty intense at moments. There were times where I was freaking hyperventilating because the fights got so overwhelming and so I would like to say that I got freaking to the point where I was tasting blood, you know what I mean? There were fights that were impossibly hard, and I don't know how I got through them, but I ended up doing it. So that one is a little bit tricky, but like I said, it wasn't what I had set my expectations for it to be, you know what I mean? So that could have been the expectation of playing the game compared to what the game ended up being, so it's tough on that one. Maybe if I didn't set my standards high on that one, it would have turned out better, so yeah, with that, those were the 3 games that I'd played. Now I've got to come up with 3 more games that I want to play, and at the moment, earlier I was going to pull up my Steam and look at all the games that I had available and decide on the stream what it was that I was going to do, but I just didn't do it. So now I'm sitting here and I'm telling you that I have to come up with 3 more games, and I've got to do that, and I will have it. I don't have to play these games for, I'd say, about another, maybe 3.5 weeks. So within 3.5 weeks, I need to have these games picked and at least started. So I'm ahead of schedule when it comes to my video games. I've got everything scheduled out on YouTube and ready to go. My live streams are going according to schedule as well, but because I've got other projects that I'm working on as well besides my video games, and I try to set everything up to a schedule like I'd mentioned before in one of my previous episodes. Everything's about scheduling and time management for me. So with that, the next thing I can bring up is I can do a little bit of a information thing for everybody. Rapid Glitch from Nostalgia Gaming Retro had me do some editing for him today and yesterday. Now, I wanted to let everybody know ahead of time that they are putting out Harry Potter, the old Harry Potter, and I ended up helping them edit their second and third video. I sent the last part of the third video today. So if anybody is into retro gaming, check out Nostalgia Gaming Retro on YouTube, and you can check out his cool Harry Potter videos. I've been doing some retro too. I've got them posting up. I've been doing really good with the Pokemon Gen 1 videos that I've been coming out with. A lot of people seem to like those. I ended up doing it differently than what I've seen most people do it. Most of them do the whole template with, you know, them playing Pokemon and stuff of that nature. But with me, what I ended up doing was going from one battle to the next, just battle after battle, no walking around or anything of that nature. And it seems to be working out pretty good, so I did that, and people seem to be watching it. So hopefully, well, I don't have to say hopefully. I know that they're doing good. I hope they enjoy it. You know, one thing I hate is getting bad comments, trolls, and all of that. It's horrible. It's just something I don't like getting. So. Now, I also do want to mention that Disney Magic Zach has finally come back from his vacation. He went back, I should say, because he came to the United States to Walt Disney in Florida, and he went back to England. He finished his vacation at Walt Disney World, his big dream to go see Cinderella Castle and hang out with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. I don't even know if he's part of Walt Disney World, but Mickey Mouse and all of those guys. So he is coming back. I watched his cooking video that he put out here recently, and I know that he is wanting to come out with new videos about his vacation. So here before long, he's going to be putting out videos concerning his vacation and all the stuff that he did and cool stuff like that. So if you guys are interested in finding out about his journey over here to the United States, because he's an English boy, check him out. It's Disney Magic Zach. Now, I also did a video a while back, or an interview a while back with Zach, and we did the interview with a couple of ladies from England as well, who have their own YouTube channel called Middle Age Magic. It was a really, really long interview, I can just say that much, and most of it was my fault because they started talking about food. And that's one thing you don't do with me. You do not start talking about food, because I can sit for hours and just listen to you talk. Especially if you're female with a British accent. I mean, I'm sorry, hands down. You know, that's just the way it is. I'll turn to butter and listen to every word you have to say just because of your accent. And that's what they did. They started talking about Disney food and all that stuff, and it went on pretty long. So what I ended up doing is I ended up putting these videos on YouTube as well as on Rumble and X at 15-minute intervals. So I cut them down to 15-minute videos, and I published them there when I archived them, instead of having the full 3 or 4 hour long interview. Which, don't get me wrong, it was a long interview, but there were a lot of different topics that we had gotten into, so I was able to cut them down and make them into interesting conversation pieces at a 15-minute limit. You know what I mean? It's not, all of them aren't 15 minutes, but they're close enough to where they're about 15 minutes apiece. So
if they aren't, the next one will compensate for it. So that's basically what I had there. Now, with my new streams, like I said, on the my new live streams that I have for the gaming, I've done 3 games, 10 videos at a time, and then start over. That's basically what I'm doing when it comes to my live stream. If anybody is actually watching those and is wondering what I'm doing, that's how I usually do it. I do 10 videos of this game, 10 videos of this game, then 10 videos of this game, and then I'll start back at the beginning and do the second set of them. So that'd be the 20 to 30, and so forth, or 10 to 20, and then 20 to 30. Because the reason why I do that is because I've noticed that people have a really, hold on. But yeah, I'm having some issues real quick. No, that I just wanted to explain that so that you guys understood what was going on. And now the another thing that I did want to bring up too was the fact that I mentioned Xbox 360, and I've been mentioning it for a while now, and I've been noticing that nobody has even mentioned hide or hair of it. That's one thing that really kind of interested me. I didn't understand that, so it seems odd to me that they closed down Xbox 360 and nobody has even brought it up. Like, it's not even mentioned. I think that's kind of strange, For me, Xbox 360 was a game console that I know a lot of people actually played. The older group for this new generation, especially, they played a lot of Xbox 360s, and nobody has even mentioned it. And I find that really, really odd that nobody's brought it up. I think that's kind of disturbing too. You know what I mean? Because you would think that would be something in the gaming community that a lot of people would be discussing, but it's not even being mentioned. I brought it up because I thought it was important, but apparently people are getting sick of Xbox 360, so I am basically going to stop talking about it no more. I guess it wasn't that big of a deal, not to anybody else but me, but I did want to mention that. I found it pretty odd that people just pretty much disregarded it like it wasn't even important, so I don't know. If you guys have any thoughts on that, kind of mention it, bring it up in the comment section, because I do find that really, really strange that nobody even mentioned the fact that Xbox 360 got shut down like it did. The fact that they were shutting it down, I could understand. If they weren't making money or anything of that nature, then yeah, that makes sense. But the fact that it got shut down and
nobody even brought it up as a conversation piece, you know. That is pretty strange. So that is the end of my gaming part. So what I'm gonna have to do, I'm having issues. I take care of my mom, and she's senile as hell, and she keeps coming in here trying to bug me while I'm in the middle of streaming. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put some music on here so I can get this straightened out on what's actually happening. And I will be back here in a little bit so that you guys, so that I can get this stuff straightened out. So let me go ahead and switch this all over real quick, and we can put some music on for you guys, and I can be back here in a little bit so that you guys, or so that I can finish this show and get things going. But first I'm gonna have to find some music, and we will be back here in a minute. Be right back. Okay, I am back. I will go ahead and switch everything back over to my media source for the slideshow instead of the what we had on before. Now, for this next section, I am going to start getting into some politics. Now, I wanted to start talking about the DNC. Now, I figured I would wait until the DNC was over with and then kind of go over some stuff that I found interesting about this whole situation. Now, I also mentioned earlier about this debate that took place between Donald Trump and Biden before he dropped out of the race, okay? And how horrible it was. Now, this is something that I've noticed, and it is something that is the common theme in this election, okay? A lot of the stuff that's going on is basically useless. And I don't mean that to be hateful. All I'm saying is, like, nothing so far has freaking come out of any of this in any aspect that relates to politics whatsoever. And, here's a good example, like the Rolling Stones, for instance, okay? The Rolling Stones put out an article, and they were telling everybody about the DNC, okay? Now, you would think that these people would go in there and they would want to get the information, considering that the guy who is the journalist is his career involves political journalism, you know what I mean? And you would think that his first priority would be going in there and actually writing an article about what was going on at the DNC and all of the political topics that took place, but he didn't, okay? All through this person's article, there was nothing but complaining about influencers getting priority at the DNC, because I guess they're a part of the media now, you know what I mean? They should all be responsible for getting their own credentials if they're at the DNC. You know, and this guy is literally writing this stuff down and putting it into an article. After complaining about influencers being allowed into the DNC and put up in, their little high places wherever they were, the complaining continues, talking about long lines on day one of the DNC's. I guess it was 3 days, or how I believe it was. I'm not sure, but on the first day, just complaining about long lines. And then after the long lines, going on about this long lines this and long lines that, he continues to complain about the lack of access to media seats. And all the time that he's writing this article, it should have been about, this is the topics that were brought up, these are the speeches that were made, these were the issues. But instead, I read nothing but paragraphs on paragraphs of nothing but complaining about influencers and long lines and lack of access to media seats, and how snooty media journalists were complaining because they weren't allowed to make it to their or they didn't have access to their privileged media seats, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, so what took place at the DNC? Not one time in that entire article did I ever hear anything concerning, the DNC and what was actually being discussed. And this goes back to what I was talking about with that debate, okay? Now, it just seems to me that all of these issues that everybody's trying to say is so important rotates around transgender bathrooms and teaching sex education to a 6-year-old. You know, which that is pretty serious, but to me, none of this should be in politics. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't have ever been introduced into any kind of law whatsoever. These aren't issues that the government should be regulating and taking care of. Okay, and I find it pretty bad that we have a government that's more worried about the social media and influencers and transgender bathrooms and all of this crazy shit, and they're not worried about the more important things, you know, like freaking the economy, you know, building infrastructure, things of that nature. Instead, they're worried about all these social issues that really shouldn't even be a part of the conversation, to be honest with you. And they always talk about that, you know, I want to be a part of the conversation. I want to be a part of the conversation. Well, there's things that really shouldn't be in any conversation when it comes to politics, and these are some of the things that shouldn't be mentioned because, first of all, it's not the government's place to regulate this stuff. There shouldn't be laws like that put into place. You see what I mean? And that's the thing. That's the common theme that keeps going on. You know, and it just keeps repeating itself. Which brings me to AP. Now I went to check out some of the stuff on AP concerning the protesters that was outside of the DNC, and the things that I learned there when it comes to all that was pretty interesting, because this kind of goes along with some of the stuff I've been talking about socialism, and it's also got something to do with something I've always been meaning to talk about, but for some reason I forget to mention it, or I forget to bring it up, you know. And the one thing that really gets to me is this thing about lobbyists and special interest groups and the socialist movements that are going on, you know. Now, I have issues with a lot of this stuff because freaking I believe in the rights of the individual. That's the one thing that the United States has that pretty much all of these other countries don't have. In a lot of their constitutions, it didn't focus on the rights of the individual. It focused on rights, don't get me wrong, but they didn't really think that the individual was very important. And the United States Constitution was founded on that principle, the rights of the individual. And it seems to me that now the rights of the individual is being freaking taken away because of special interest groups and lobbyists and social organizations, you know. And with this protest, okay, getting back to this protest, the thing that I noticed about it, well, first of all, the protesters outside of the DNC, they knocked down barriers, and they ended up freaking being, see, when I first heard about it, I thought that it was protesters that were having issues with a lot of different things, and come to find out it wasn't. These protesters were out there and they were protesting against the occupation of Gaza. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm not for Israel, and I'm not for the Palestine or the Hamas or anything like that at all. I think that people over in Gaza and Israel are victims. That not I hate calling people victims, but I believe that they're the ones who are suffering. I don't believe that their governments are. I don't believe that the people who are in charge are. I think it's the actual people. It's just like the people in Ukraine. You know, the Ukrainians, the actual people, are the ones who are suffering from this. The government isn't, and the people who are creating this proxy war aren't suffering from it. It's the actual people, you know. So with that being said, let me continue with what I was saying. You know, this is the DNC. This is supposed to be about the elections. This is about politics here in the United States, and yet these protesters are outside protesting against something that has absolutely nothing to do with our government. It has to do with Gaza and what's going on in another country. You know what I mean? Now, that's something that I find very disturbing, you know. And even taking that into consideration also, you know, I notice a connection between what's taking place there as well as what's going on in countries like England. You know, England now is having like all these riots and stuff taking place over Arab Muslim immigrants killing somebody who or a kid or something like that. Now I can kind of see the correlation with all that stuff, you know what I mean? I just realized that my slideshow stopped. The loop is on. That's not good. So let me go ahead and take care of that real quick, and I will get everything straightened out. But that's the one thing that really sticks out to me, you know what I mean? It's like I see these correlations happening, and it's happening over there, it's happening in all these other countries as well. You can't tell me that this is not organized by groups. I'm not going to say one group, I'm going to say multiple groups, and these groups aren't grounded to one nation. I think that these are globalist groups that are setting up this propaganda to cause this type of situation, because it's happening in more than one place. It's not just happening here in the United States, and it's not just happening in England. It's happening everywhere. France is even having issues, and I know that you have the National Socialist, and then you have the Labor parties that are the actual freaking socialists, globalist kind of groups. And I think there are two opposing forces, and they're global. They're not national. They're not just about like the United States or England. They're about all of it, and they're pushing their agendas, and it's bleeding into the United States and becoming a part of us. And it's been here for a while. I'm not saying that it's something that's new, but these are things that I'm noticing, you know. I honestly could not say that the Conservative Party here in the United States was actually the Conservative Party anymore, or even considered conservative. I would consider them more of a National Socialist group than what I would an actual conservative party. The same thing goes for the conservatives over in the UK. There is absolutely no evidence showing that these people are conservative at all. To me, I think that that's what they are. They're National Socialists, and they're pushing a racist agenda. And not only are they involved in it, but you have their opposition, which is generally they're socialists, you know what I mean, the labor, and these are the ones who are latching on to pushing or bringing immigrants into these countries and opening borders and all of that stuff, because they believe in globalization, you know. And I mentioned this before, where for me, I know what the real issues are when it comes to all this stuff. It's about socialism. Socialism has always been and always will be the problems that have been taking place for the last 100 years. Okay? And don't think that freaking groups aren't socialist just because they aren't talking about hugging trees and shit like that. Okay? Socialism has very little to do with that. Those are just ways of them being able to acquire more power. And it's all about workers, and it's all about freaking social organization. It's about freaking regulation, things of that nature. It's unionization, all of it. That's what these people are about. They're not about the individual. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about your personal individual rights. They care about the socialist agenda, and they care about the group as a whole. And if you have to be sacrificed, they will sacrifice you for the greater good. And that's the way they feel, and that's the way they are. And I think that these are the people that are causing the majority of the problems in our country and in the world today. And that's just the way I feel about it, you know. Now, when I bring all that up, I also want to talk about this thing with the protesters. I want to get back to that, okay? Now, the protesters outside of the DNC, they did knock down barriers, and they were actually protesting against the occupation of Gaza. Now, on the brighter side, the police did de-escalate the situation without any violence. There were no chemicals involved. It was pretty well de-escalated, and everything was all right. There was nothing crazy about it. In the media, you'll hear them talking about this overwhelming protest. And the truth of the matter is what I found out was not as many people showed up as what was expected. They were expecting like 20,000 protesters, and they didn't get even close to that many. This was supposed to be a big event. That didn't happen. As a matter of fact, I read too that they had 5 people who were scheduled and approved by the city to like give a speech on the podium, and they never even showed up to do the speeches. Not one speaker showed up for the protest to give a speech. So that should give you kind of an idea of what's going on there, you know. And like I said, you know, the media blew it up to where people thought that there was going to be this huge big ordeal that this huge big ordeal did take place, but it wasn't as big as what everybody did the media made it out to be, is what I'm saying, you know. Now, the protesters did have a harsh chants that were aimed towards Biden and Kamala, and that was about it. I believe that they felt like they were being let down by Biden because of promises, I guess, that he had made, and nobody, from everything that I've seen, nobody in the Democratic Party except for people who are part of the institution likes Kamala Harris, period. You know what I mean? Nobody likes her. And the thing that I noticed when I was reading through this article from AP was the people that were being talked about. You know, social organizations were involved with these protesters. Okay, there was a person that was there by the name of Taylor Cook, and she was pro-Palestinian. Now, she was a organizer with the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. You know, Freedom Road Socialist Organization. Boom, point blank, right there tells you. It's a socialist organization. That's the name of the freaking organization, the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. And she was there. Now, this is the thing that gets me. She traveled to Chicago, to the Chicago DNC protest, all the way from Atlanta, Georgia. All right. Now, this goes back to a lot of stuff that I was wanting to talk about when it comes to one hand washing the other. I encountered this back whenever I got involved. I was naive and I got involved with an supposed effort to get money out of elections. Okay, which to me, I still believe that would be a good move, is to take PAC money and get it out of freaking elections so that politicians can do their job and not have to, and not get paid PAC money in order to freaking do their jobs. You know what I mean? Now, this woman came with this freaking organization and traveled all the way from Atlanta, Georgia to Chicago to freaking protest at this DNC. Alright, there was another protester named Medea Benjamin, okay, another pro-Palestinian who traveled to Chicago from Washington, D.C. Okay, she was with a woman's group of protesters. Then you had another one in the article that went by Cornel West, another pro-Palestinian, and he was part of the independent presidential. He was, or he is, an independent presidential candidate. So what happened is this guy ends up getting there. You have these people coming from these social organizations, and he addresses the crowd, all right, and he addresses the crowd, and they were giving him cheers and everything like you wouldn't believe. Okay, now, whenever I was doing this thing about trying to get money out of elections, the one thing that really got me was with Lightfoot. She's I believe now she's the freaking mayor of Chicago, but at the time she was involved with this organization, and the group I was with was called the Wolf Pack, and they were involved with the Young Turks. Okay, and yeah, I know I'm not a big fan of the Young Turks. Don't get me wrong about that, but I did want to get involved with it, so I helped out with trying to get people to go and call their congressman and tell them that they wanted this resolution to pass so that freaking we could get PAC money and stuff like that out of politics here in the state of Illinois. And she said that she would be involved in it and everything, but in order for her to do that, people who were involved with the Wolfpack had to freaking show up for her rallies and cheer her on. Okay, it was one hand washing the other. If you want me to do this, then you're going to have to do that. You know what I mean? She couldn't do it out of the kindness of her own heart because she felt that it was the right thing to do. Instead, she freaking had to negotiate and say, well, okay, if you want me to do this, then you're going to have to do that. And I found that as corrupt as taking the PAC money, you know what I mean? And that's what these people do. With these people that I just mentioned who traveled all the way to Chicago to do this protest. One came from Atlanta, Georgia. One came from Washington, D.C. You know, and of course, a supposed independent presidential candidate shows up to give a speech, and everybody cheers him on. You know. And it goes even farther than that. Okay, it's not just pro-Palestinians. You also have other groups that were involved. The pro-Israel had the co-founder of Chicago's Jewish Alliance out there. Now, he was out there with 40 other pro-Israel supporters, and they were walking around and protesting during the rally, waving Israeli flags, and that was just to make their presence known. You know what I mean? Now, with them, they actually had like 20 police officers on bicycles following them around to make sure that they were safe. You know what I mean? So you've got another socialist organization that's there on top of these pro-Palestinian socialist organizations, and they're all sitting there swarming around one another, and they're causing these issues. You know what I mean? And this is what it goes down to. This is what I'm talking about. You know. Now, you also have to understand too that he wasn't the only one there. Okay. He wasn't the only one there. That Cornel West, the pro-Palestinian guy who was an independent presidential candidate, he wasn't the only one there. Jill Stein was also there. Now, if you remember Jill Stein, she's the one that ran for president previously. Okay, she's what they call a perennial presidential candidate, and she was for the Green Party. She was there as well, you know, and lo and behold, she had the Poor People's Army, who traveled all the way from Philadelphia. They're a Philadelphia-based organization, and they have absolutely nothing to do with the Palestinians or Israel or anything of that nature, okay? And what they advocate for is for economic justice, okay? Now, they set up at Humboldt Park on the city's west side, and then they marched 3 miles to the United Center to join the rest of the protesters. Okay. Now, this group had absolutely nothing to do with Palestinians or Israel. They have to do with economic justice, and this goes into what I was talking about before. One hand washes the other. Okay. Even though they have nothing to do with one another, they're showing up to frickin' support this other group, because when they have a protest, these other groups are going to show up for them. So it's a matter of you wash my hand, I wash your hand. You know, if you're somebody who supports, you know, Black Lives Matter, and you're going to this protest and all of these people are around you who are homosexual, the reason why they're there isn't because they support Black Lives Matter. It's because they are doing a favor for Black Lives Matter, and Black Lives Matter did a favor for them, or they're going to in the future. And that's how this stuff works. It's you wash, oh, I wash your hands, you wash mine, kind of thing. And I think that is probably the worst part about it, you know. And these people are being bussed in from different parts of the country, from all over the place. I've heard rumors that they're even being paid to do what they're doing, you know. So I don't know for sure if that's true or not, but I have heard that that's taking place. They're getting paid to go out to these places and protest for these organizations. So that's basically the deal with the DNC. Now with Kamala Harris, I do want to mention Black Lives Matter again. Now, I mentioned it before on a show here previously about Black Lives Matter voters are refusing to support Kamala Harris, and I found out the reason behind that. Okay. Now, I actually agree with this for a certain reason. Why they don't want to support her is because the Black Lives Matter voters are calling into question Harris's candidacy in the process by which she was nominated. All right. Now, I mentioned this previously, and it seems odd to me. It seems like it was a fix, you know what I mean? And the Democratic Party is notorious for this because they did it with Bernie Sanders. They literally ripped him off on his chance to run for president when it was Hillary Clinton, I believe. And, Bernie Sanders just turned a blind eye, shut his mouth, gave all of his frickin' voters money over to the Democratic Party, pissed every single one of them off, and it was okay for him. He just went along with it, follow the leader kind of thing. And the thing that this thing with Kamala Harris looks like it's a setup, you know what I mean? What was it? The month before Biden goes to the primaries, he drops out of the race. There's not any significant amount of time for any kind of primary to take place for the Democratic Party. Okay, he's incumbent. That means no primary race was ever put into place. Okay? And I believe that it was set up that way on purpose. They knew what was happening with Biden, and they set it up to where frickin' they could avoid having to do a primary to see who's going to run, because they wanted Kamala to be the person running for president. I do believe that, the Black Lives Matter called for like a virtual snap primary across the country prior to the DNC, and apparently that didn't happen, you see. And I could see where they're coming from with that, because I do relate to that. I thought something was really suspicious about this whole setup, like it's a fix, you know what I mean? And their whole take on it, they wanted to they wanted it to either be determined if the process was people powered, or if it was a decision that was decided by the party delegates, the people who freaking are in office. And to me it seems like it was planned, orchestrated that way, because they knew that they had to find somebody, and they had to find somebody quick to take Biden's place, because I'm just going according to what has been presented, that it was that he's getting old and he's not in a good place mentally right now, you know what I mean? And that's all I'm going for. I'm not trying to come up with any of these conspiracies or anything of that nature. I'm just going off of that, because that is what appears to be happening at the moment. But I will say, I do think that this was fixed to where she would become the person who runs for president for the Democratic Party. So it does seem that way to me. Now, I've been also hearing people talk about radicalism, and they keep comparing Kamala Harris to being a radical. And that's something that I want to point out again, because I don't think people realize that Kamala Harris is not a radical. She is not. She's far worse than a radical. Okay? Now, being a radical is an actual thing, okay? Just like being a classic liberal, or a liberal, or being a conservative, or being a freaking liberal. It's an actual thing. Now, conservatism, if you go according to traditional conservatism, they refer to radicalism as excessive individualism. And individualism is something that classical liberals believe in. They believe in the rights of the individual. The United States was founded because of classical liberalism. We believe in in small government, and we also support, small government and the rights of the individual. Okay. Now, conservatism refers to radicals as believing into excessive individualism, where we believe into the rights of the individual. Radicals are really, really excessive in their rights for the individual. Like you're hearing about transgender bathrooms and shit like that. That's excessive individualism. That is radicalism. Now, if you notice with Kamala Harris, she's avoiding those subjects. Okay, Black Lives Matter wanted to abolish the police forces. Okay, which I'm not saying I agree with it or if I disagree with it. But Kamala Harris at one point was saying that she agreed with it, but then she shied away from it. She stopped talking about it. So that's another reason why Black Lives Matter has an issue with Kamala Harrison. She likes to say things in order to freaking get where she needs to go in life. You know what I mean? But other than that, she has no loyalty to these people whatsoever. All right, and that's kind of dangerous when you think about it. Now, that's a part of radicalism, excessive individualism, which she doesn't actually portray. All right. Now, radicals support excessive individualism, but they also support. Now, see, with classical liberalism, they support small government, like I said. All right, and they also support the rights of the individual, which radicalism, they support the rights of the individual too, but they don't believe in small government. Now, the radicals, they support big government. They love regulations. They love referendums, things of that nature. They love it to death. They love big government. That's where classical liberalism and radicals split, you know what I mean? So radicals would literally be the far left group for classic liberals. That's basically the best way of explaining it and everything, and making it to where it makes more sense, you know. Now, with Kamala Harrison, she definitely does support big government, but you also have to understand she has no regard whatsoever when it comes to the rights of the individual. With her track record in California, it shows that she has done more harm to people who freaking could have possibly been innocent of crimes, but were still in prison, than what she ever did any good. She made a statement about helping some 16-year-old kid get out of prison when he was found when evidence proved that he was innocent of the charges. They mentioned that, but they failed to mention the other ones that she was real hard on. Like, there was a guy that was could have been released from death row in California because of DNA tests that could have cleared him of all charges, and she refused to allow that DNA evidence to be admitted into the case, you know. And that guy, if he's not dead already, is still sitting on death row in California, and she still refuses to take responsibility for that. She's been known for doing that. The thing about it too, it comes down to California. People have a really big misconception of California and the attitudes that go on there, you know. And this is why I wanted to bring up the next topic that I have, because it's very important. It kind of explains to you what's going on in California, the truth behind it all. when you watch TV and you see California on television, you see the beautiful beach, the Baywatch girls, you see all the chicks in bikinis, and you see all these cool, happy, fun people at Melrose Place and 90210, and everybody's going down to the pier and fishing and, you know, cool stuff like that. But that's not how it happens, you know. Before they take and they do the shots and the scenes that go into that television show, they have to clear off all the homeless bums from Santa Monica Pier, because, you know, before you go into Santa Monica Pier, freaking there's a whole shitload of bums that are just lined up on benches and in the grass next to the street before you get out and go even up to the pier. So you have to walk over homeless bums laying on the sand and shit like that. So they have to clear all that out, all right? And it's not pretty. The way they treat their homeless is appalling. They have complete disregard for the homeless. They have been trying repeatedly to push the homeless into the freaking Los Angeles River. That's just my point of view. And I'm telling you this from experience, because I did spend a good amount of time homeless in Los Angeles, and I can tell you now, they didn't treat homeless people very well. People who were homeless, when I was there, it felt like freaking I was on the streets and I was alone, and there was a demon, you know, floating in the air, and it was out to get me. And there was nobody I could run to. I couldn't count on the police for help. And I was basically on my own. I had, you know, it was a very, very, it was a very scary experience. After a while, you go numb, you know what I mean? And the fear no longer affects you. You know, that's the best way to explain it. It becomes that everyday way of life there. But if you're homeless and you're on the streets of Los Angeles, and I'm talking about LA County, I'm not just talking about frickin', you know, LA, because there is the entire county of LA, which goes from Long Beach and all the way up to Santa Monica to frickin' downtown Skid Row, everywhere, you know. But all of it, it's basically that way. You have to be careful. It's not a safe place to be when you're out on the streets. And you can really tell the atmosphere of Los Angeles when you're in that situation, because it just blows your mind. It wakes you up to a reality that you really was never aware of before. And that's what it did for me. These people do not care. They talk about all these great things about the environment and freaking all of this shit, and, you know, energy and saving energy and all this crap, put up a solar panel kind of shit, you know what I mean? But the truth of the matter is they do not care. They do not care about themselves. They do not care about other people. Actually, I take that back. They care about themselves, and they don't give a damn about anybody else. That's how bad it is in California. You go on vacation, you leave on probation kind of situation, you know. It's really, really, really horrible. So when I get back, what I want to do, I'm going to put some more music on, and what I want to do is, when I come back, I want to start talking about something that we brought up on Jeffy Ryder's show a little while back, and my brother's been talking about it too, because I mentioned it to him. But it's kind of something that goes deeper into this whole thing with LA and with California and the way things are there. I'm going to discuss the SIS. And the SIS is a special investigation section in Los Angeles, and it's nicknamed the Death Squad. Okay, so it is, I'm at 149 1 hour and 49 minutes. I'm going to put some music on. I'm going to get some coffee made because I can't do another hour without coffee. And when I come back, I am going to go ahead and get into that topic, and we will finish off this with the last hour of the show, and it will be concerning the SIS. It's something that I really should have been talking about already. I think the topic was mentioned like about 3 weeks ago. So I mean, and it's something that I really did want to get into, but I just didn't do it, and I really should have. So I apologize about that, and I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some piano music or some nice relaxing opera music. What do you think about that? So let's see what this does for you. Alright, I am back. I was kind of nervous. I didn't know for sure if I unmuted that media source or not. But I am back. I'm going to switch this back over to my original setup. Well, that way we can get that going for you guys. Now, like I said, I am going to go into the topic of the SIS so that we can kind of get a little bit of an idea of what California is like, particularly LA. You know, and this has to do with people who are involved with law enforcement within California, just period. I mean, there's no other way of actually saying it, and I think this is probably the best way to really explain it when you start talking about groups like this. Now, understand too that there is no other form of, or no other type of law enforcement that we know of all across the United States. This group is set up specifically in LA, and as a matter of fact, people within LAPD themselves don't like the SIS. They have very negative reviews of this organization, but they seem to be there. You know what I mean? Now, the SIS stands for Special Investigation Section. Like I said earlier, it's nicknamed the Death Squad. That's how bad they are. Now, they're a tactical. They're a tactical detective and surveillance unit from the LAPD, and they were formed in 1965. Now, when they were formed, they were supposed to be a stakeout unit, okay, and they were referred to as what Los Angeles considered them as professional witnesses, okay. That in itself is pretty corrupt. This is where I start talking, or I've been talking before about the laws being manipulated, alright? And they did this all through the 20th century. They just allowed one thing to happen and another one and then another one until finally it became a landslide, and the police force was able to get away with more than what they were supposed to, you know. And this professional witness thing is a good example of it. Now, their responsibilities were to produce irrefutable evidence, and the reason, or the way that they did it, was they did it by watching professional criminals covertly, and they would watch them break a law, and they would let them go through with the law, and then they would arrest them after freaking the law was committed. And this had to do with all kinds of laws that were being broken. Like one scene out of a movie showed, this is just a movie, so it could be fictional, but it showed an instance where they watched a woman being raped and they allowed it to happen so that they could bust them for rape after it happened, you know. And like I said, this came out of Hollywood, so there's no evidence that this actually happened or not, but this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. They would allow these people to go in and rob stores. They would allow them to rob banks. They would allow them to commit the crime so that they could get irrefutable proof that they committed the crime. So, and then they would bust them after they did it, you know. And this is what they did, and they started doing this in 1965, and they've been doing it all the way up until today. They're still running this organization, okay? And these are the kind of things that go on in California. They are very, very shifty, and they do underhanded things, and this is one of the things that they committed. This group eventually started to try to or they eventually started to detain the criminals while they were committing the crime or before they committed the crime, after they were exposed to a freaking what do they call them? That it was a magazine did a freaking article on them basically. The Los Angeles Times, I believe, is who did it, and they ended up, and that was in 1988 when they actually, it was an expose. That's what it was. The Los Angeles Times in 1988 exposed the SIS in an expose. That's when they began to apprehend criminals during and before the crimes were committed. Okay? Now, all the way from 1965 to 1988, before they were exposed, they were allowing them to commit the crime so that they could freaking come in, arrest them, and say, we've got proof that you did it. Here's what you did. Here's the witnesses. And they would go into court and say, yes, I'm an officer of the law, and I witnessed them do this. You know. So entrapment became legal in the eyes of Los Angeles. And to this day, they still get away with it. They still get away with entrapping criminals before they do it. And don't get me wrong, man. You know, if a person commits a crime, they should be convicted of it. But there's a limit to justice. And when you cross that line, you're no longer serving the justice system. You're serving something else that's criminal. You know what I mean? That's just how I feel about it. I also feel that I would rather have 5 guilty men go free rather than one innocent man go be charged with a crime that he didn't commit, you know. A lot of people have their opinions about that, and I don't give a shit what they think, you know what I mean. That's how I feel. If a person is innocent, they should be freaking released. There should be no innocent person being held in prison or in jail if they didn't commit the crime, and that's just how I feel about it, you know. And I'm not going to change my opinions on that at all. It's just not going to happen whatsoever. So the SIS, just so you know, the SIS has killed over 50 people, or they had killed over 50 people by 1999. Now, take this into consideration. 50 people from 1965 until 1999. That was their death toll. Now, the entire LAPD count was only 36. Okay? So, freaking, they killed like 14 more people than what the entire freaking LAPD freaking killed from 1965 until 1999. Okay, this is the kind of stuff that they've been doing. They are literally a hit squad. They go out and they freaking kill people. And that's their business. Their usual MO is they will allow them to commit the crime, and then they will wait for them to leave the crime scene. And they'll catch them in a place like at a McDonald's parking lot, getting back into their car, and they'll cut their car off so that they can't freaking leave. The SIS will get out of their vehicles, surround the car, and then literally just blow the shit out of them. They'll freaking empty their weapons into them. Doesn't matter if they show their weapons or not. You know, they'll say that, oh, they had a weapon on them. But in some of the cases, that wasn't the case in some of the situations. Okay. Now, before I go any further, I also want to mention too that according to what's been said, no casualties have been claimed for civilians, people who weren't either the suspected criminals or, well, there actually was people who died in the SIS. One was accidentally shot by another person that was a member of the SIS. I believe it was with a sawed-off shotgun. He walked into the frickin' to the the guy's sight and ended up getting shot. And they were chasing him in a car garage. But that was one death that I know of. Now, the SIS has to this point had no. There's been no claims of a civilian that hasn't been or has been killed from these incidents. But you also have to take into consideration that California, to this day, from 1965 until now, has refused to allow access to any of the files concerning the SIS to the public. Okay, it's still classified information. Nobody can gain access to that in the public. So you don't know for sure if that's true or not. It's concealed. So we're basically going off of freaking information that's gathered by journalists, investigators, and things of that nature, and hearsay from police officers and witnesses and stuff, like that. This isn't official documentation saying that, making that claim, other than the fact that they're saying it too. So, but how can you prove that they're lying? That's all I've got to say about it. So the SIS was said to have an annual budget of $2 million in 1998. That's approximately $3.7 million in 2023. That's last year. So, that's quite a bit of money. Though much more is reportedly spent to defend them in court. So the majority of their money is being spent on defending the police officers when they have to show up for court. And the unit averages about 45 arrests per year. And I've heard too that a lot of the people that they survey, they do it for an excessive amount of time. And a lot of the time when they survey people, it turns out that the person that they're surveying aren't even criminals, and they go far beyond like the borders of LA. They'll go into other areas of California and sometimes out of state surveying these people. They've been known to train special units like frickin' the Delta Force and groups like that in the past when it comes to surveillance. So, I mean, these people know their business, and they don't just operate within the confines of California. They expand outwards to other areas as well. So these people are pretty shady. They've got high people in high places that are supporting them. And this has been going on for quite a long time too. Like I said, 1965. I did take some notes on this, which I think is important. Now, one of the SIS's most high-profile incidences was a shootout in Sunland Tujunga on February the 12th, 1990. The SIS had been surveilling a group of 4 suspects wanted for robbing a McDonald's restaurant in northwest Los Angeles, and was standing by to catch the suspects as they were robbing a McDonald's. So as they were robbing a McDonald's in Sunland, they were standing by waiting to catch them. Okay. Now, when the suspects left the restaurant, SIS detectives blocked the car and opened fire after reportedly seeing a gun. All right, this is one of the incidences that are mentioned in the motives. This is their signature. They surround the car, and then they just started freaking shooting into the vehicle. And afterwards, they said that they seen a gun. You know what I mean? Now, the SIS detectives fired 24 shotgun rounds and 11 bullets at the suspects, who fired none in return. So they didn't fire one single bullet.
and the SIS detectives fired 25 shotgun rounds and 11 bullets. Okay. Now, 3 of the suspects were killed, while 1 suspect was seriously injured and taken into custody. Okay, the suspects were later found to have used pellet guns that were stashed in their car's trunk before detectives confronted them. So these pellet guns were actually in the trunk, and that's what they were using to commit the crime. Okay. And these police detectives surrounded their vehicle with these freaking shotguns and this gun and just opened up on them and fired on them, and then claimed they had a freaking gun after they did it. So I guarantee you that was pretty messed up, having to explain to them, well, you know, we found these pellet guns in the trunk of the car of the suspects that you claim who had weapons ready to shoot you. How did they end up in the trunk instead of up in the front where they were supposed to be, you know? So, LAPD and federal investigations did not find any wrongdoing, okay? A civil lawsuit ordered the detectives and then Chief Daryl Gates to pay $44,000 to the families of the dead suspects. But the fee was ultimately paid by the city government. So the city government ended up paying the fees instead of frickin' the chief and the detectives. So they sprung for him, you know, they sprung with taxpayers' money to pay for these murderers to get off scot-free, even with a civil lawsuit. That's the kind of corruption that goes on in California, guys. This is the kind of stuff that I was talking about. That I should have done this a lot sooner, but this is the kind of atmosphere that Kamala Harris is involved in. She was a prosecuting attorney, and this is the kind of law that she freaking is a part of. She or has her track record of how she treats freaking inmates who could possibly be innocent, you know, all of that. And then you have stuff like this going on within the police force. This is California. This is the stuff that goes on there. It's not pretty. It's not great. It's not freaking everything in the United States, you know. Everybody in California has this mentality that the rest of the United States needs to act like them, and that we are wrong and everything in California is right. And that's the mentality they have. They don't see themselves as a part of the United States. They see us as a part of California, you know, and that we should do like they do. And everything that you see when it comes to them, when it comes to entertainment and the media, is just pretend. Okay, this is the kind of stuff that takes place there. These are horrible, horrible people doing horrible, horrible things. Okay. Now, 4 more suspects were killed across 3 shootings between 1995 and 1997. Which prompted federal prosecutors to conduct another investigation into the SIS. Potential civil rights potential civil rights violations. One shooting in 1997, when a bystander mistaken for a robber had his entire upper leg destroyed by a shotgun blast from an SIS detective. This led to a federal civil rights lawsuit. Another shooting in 1999 happened when SIS detectives shot and killed 2 unarmed robbers running from them. This led to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, launching an investigation on the unit again. Now in 2010, SIS detectives shot and killed a Los Angeles Unified School District employee who was being surveilled for connections to a series of check catching business robberies. After he pointed a handgun at them while surrounded. Now, in 2013, Chief Charles Beck permitted another FBI investigation into the SIS and SWAT over allegations that members of the units were illegally selling their handguns. Now, in 2018, a lawsuit was filed against the LAPD again a year after SIS detectives shot and killed the Penny Pincher Bandit, who was wanted for a series of robberies. The lawsuit filed by the suspect's family argued the use of lethal force was unnecessary and suggested that the gun he used in his robberies may have not have been real. Okay, so these are the kind of things that are going on. You know, civilians are getting their legs freaking destroyed and shit, stuff of that nature. Now, what I did hear was injury, but I didn't hear death. You know what I mean? But according to what I've heard, there hasn't been any official deaths from civilians related to the SIS. But that could be, you know, speculation. I don't even know what words to say. There's no proof backing it up that it did happen or it didn't happen. It's just taking the word of these people that this is true, basically. There's no evidence, no papers. This organization's information is confidential. It's classified in the state of California, so nobody gets to see all that good information. Now, I do have a last note about this. The SIS also became the inspiration for the movie Extreme Justice. It starred Lou Diamond Phillips, and it was directed by Mark L. Lester in 1993. A lot of the scenes that are in that movie are just speculation. That movie brings up the SIS, and it goes really into the extremes of it, like they were actually inducted into this organization as a hit squad. And that I just want to point out that there is evidence that is going on, in my opinion, but there's no real evidence. There's no concrete evidence that these people are a hit squad. That's job is to go out and kill criminals. You know what I mean? Now, I've seen stories about this that suggests that could be the truth, but that doesn't make it the truth. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind whenever you think about this stuff. You know, and I wanted to bring this up because, you know, this is the kind of justice and the kind of law that Kamala Harris has been a part of. Now, the SIS, yes, it has gone on a lot longer than what Kamala Harris was has even been on this planet. You know what I mean? She wasn't even born when this organization started. But in her career, she must have known about it, you know. And I find that appalling that people can go and they can live this kind of life with these kind of jobs, knowing what's going on. She was Attorney General, for goodness sakes, you know what I mean? She knew that this stuff was happening. There's a lot of people in California that know this stuff is happening, and they're a part of the freaking criminal system, and they just sit and allow it. And if you believe that she's a radical, and you believe that she's going to freaking step in and give all these rights to groups like Black Lives Matter and freaking groups of that nature, it's just not going to happen. All right. Now, don't get me wrong either. I'm trying to be as biased as I can about this because I'm trying to be as unbiased about this as I can. I'm sorry, not biased. You know, I'm not trying to make it sound like I'm a conservative Republican
Republican or frickin' some liberal frickin' socialist. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to tell you a story the best way I know how, because this is what's happening. You know, it's just like with the whole Palestine thing and Israel. You know, I'm not trying to say that I support Israel. I'm not trying to say that I support Palestine. You know, my issue is with the people who are freaking being harmed. You know, not by the groups of people who are doing these atrocities. I don't support them. I think that freaking the stuff that's happening over in Israel and Gaza needs to stop. It needs to stop immediately. I also agree that it needs to stop in Ukraine too. You know, I don't believe that Russia's fully at fault. I believe that this is a proxy war that's being led by the United States. We got caught with our fingers in the cookie jar, and now the Ukrainians are the ones who are paying for it. And it's because of a puppet president who decided he was going to be underhanded and negotiate with the EU and the UN so that freaking him and his country could make shitloads of money, you know, knowing damn well that this was going to instigate war with Russia, you know. That was one of the reasons why Obama wanted to have feet on the ground in Eastern Europe before he left office. He didn't think that frickin' Trump was actually going to make it as president. So he was planning on shipping troops over there before all that happened. So when Trump got into office the first time, he ruined a lot of plans. This stuff was planned. It was bound to happen. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. It just seems to me insane that Biden gets into office and all of a sudden hell breaks loose. You know, there's wars all over the world, and of course we've got to be involved in it. And I'm not for war. I'm against war. Anybody who's ever served in any war would tell you frickin' war is not a beautiful, honorable thing. It's a horrible experience, and the only reason why you go to war is because it's the last resort. You know, and I'm talking about people who are vets who frickin' have been there, and people who frickin' had died in those wars. You gotta remember them too. Now, when I sobered up in a place that frickin' vets went to sober up, and I mentioned some of this last week, and I'm not going to get into that too much, you know, but I was able to be around these people, and I'm going to tell you right now, frickin' war is ugly. There's nothing pretty about it. So, with these people who are just so eager to jump into these wars and frickin' send troops out to die, you need to kind of look at that and think for yourself, why are they doing this? Because you just don't freaking just jump into war. Like I said, that's the final solution to the problem. There's solutions before that can be done. Now I understand all of that stuff in Israel started over bombings that Hamas did, but there's a point where you have to ask yourself, is this actually defending themselves and doing what they need to do for their country, or is this just an act of revenge? You know, and don't get me wrong, I'm not pro-Palestinian, I'm not pro-Israeli, I'm just a human being who frickin' sees this stuff for what it really is. You know what I mean? I'm not taking sides on it. I refuse to take sides on stuff like that, because that's probably the worst part about it. It's just like the whole thing I was talking about with one hand washing the other. You know, it's crooked, it's wrong. It's not the way a human should be thinking. I shouldn't be agreeing with you because freaking I'm a part of your group. You know what I mean? I should be agreeing with you because freaking I have those freaking beliefs too. And if I don't have those beliefs, I'm not going to freaking agree with you. Period. And there's nothing wrong with me and another person disagreeing on something. You know what I mean? It's perfectly fine. But don't expect me to fall into your crap and listen to your bullshit because you think I should. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to be that person. I'm not going down that road. And that's just my take on the whole deal. Now, I have covered pretty much everything that I needed to cover on the SIS. That's something that I didn't want to slip by on, you know. Another thing that I did want to bring up about this whole thing with Black Lives Matter is how insane even black Democrats and their opinions have become. You know, like things that black Democrats believed in back in the 80s even aren't even talked about today, you know. Like Gary Webb and the situation that happened with him when they found out that frickin' the government was smuggling drugs and weapons to South America. That right there was a big deal when it came to black Democrats because they wanted an investigation into it and they never got it. And Gary Webb was a journalist who investigated all of this stuff back in the day, back in the 90s, I believe. And he had a paper trail which led to South America, where freaking the United States was going down there with weapons, and they were using the DEA even to do these deals, and in return they would frickin' allow these South Americans to ship frickin' cocaine into the United States. It was actually the cause for the crack epidemic that happened in the 80s, I believe. And Gary Webb tracked it all down and had all the information. He was a journalist working out of LA, and the CIA literally destroyed this man. Literally destroyed his credibility. He lost his jobs. He couldn't get a job anywhere after they were done with him. And he eventually committed suicide. And later, the CIA even admitted to being responsible for pushing him to the point where he wanted to kill himself. You know, this whole story has just vanished. You know, the impact that frickin' drugs during that time period had on the black population was devastating. And you would think that frickin' they would still be pushing for stuff like that, frickin' to be investigated and to be watched over and to have changed, you know. But instead, we have stuff like what Black Lives Matter is going after, you know. The kid frickin' gets shot. There was a riot and everything. Now they wanted to destroy the police force and shit like that, you know. But nobody even wants to talk about, you know, Gary Webb and what his findings were or anything of that nature. It's just a thing of the past. Nobody even talks about it, and that's something that I think that is pretty shameful. And I will say it again before I end this. You know, Kamala Harrison is not a radical. She is worse than a radical. She's worse than a conservative. She's worse than a freaking liberal, okay? This woman, if she gets into office, she is going to freaking make the law and the freaking court systems into a nightmare. There's going to be people being brought up on charges that they aren't even guilty of, alright? You're going to see a lot of bad shit happening if this woman becomes president. And just so I can set it clear straight too. I've mentioned the same thing when it comes to freaking Pence, Vice President Pence. I said the same thing about that man. I did not like him. The moment I heard that he was chosen to be vice president with Donald Trump, I was disgusted by it because I knew his track record from Indiana when he was governor there, and he was horrible. He's the same kind of situation, but in the other party, you know what I mean? This is the kind of man who will cut electricity off in the wintertime for people who can't afford to frickin' pay their bills. And in Indiana, people need frickin' their heat when it's winter because it gets cold. Ask anybody who lives up in Gary, Indiana, if they need frickin' electricity during the winter, and they'll tell you, yeah, you can freeze to death out there. And this is the man who refused to allow people to have food stamps, and he cut off their electricity in the wintertime. You know, and I'm no big proponent for the welfare state. Don't get me wrong on that either. But I can tell you, if a person's hungry, you should give them food stamps. If a person needs frickin' help with electricity, they should frickin' have help with electricity. So I think that people who frickin' don't have that kind of compassion are just soulless people who don't have a care about anybody in the world, and it's all about them and their little world, and it has nothing to do with the rest of the people, you know. And me, I am more about the individual than I am about the group. I don't believe in the group conscious. I don't believe that frickin' I should, you know, do what's better for the group rather than what's better for the individual. I think that the individual is just as important, if not more important, you know. So those are the kind of things that I believe in. And I usually do a good recording to about 2 hours and 40 minutes, 2 hours and 45 minutes. I think I've done a good job. Now I put on music on here that I've created myself. Like I said, I'm not going to put anybody else's music on here because of the issue with copyright infringement. It's been happening with John, and I've known the guy forever, you know what I mean? And I thought that I was the only one having an issue with it until he told me on Discord that his own YouTube channel is getting copyright infringements because of his own music. And I figured it had to do with him starting to put his music on Spotify, so I figured that's what it was. So I went ahead and I mentioned it to him, and he's checking into it, but I think that's probably what the deal is. So he's getting hit by Spotify for his music that he's putting on YouTube too, so it's interesting. So I'm still posting his. Now the reason why I'm saying this stuff again is because I'm actually recording when I'm saying this, so I'm going to say it. But I'm still posting his stuff in the comment section of Wonderful World of Weirdness, as well as Austin Todd's music. I've been sharing Minds Gaming's tutorials on there that were made by Bob Dub, and you can check those out in the comment section there. If you want to, go to Bob Dub's channel on YouTube and subscribe to her. There's tutorials on how to connect your wallet from MintMe to MetaMask, which is very useful for everybody who is on MintMe. Which, by the way, I should mention that MintMe is another place where I post this stuff, so don't want to forget that. If you guys can always find this stuff on MintMe as well. And I am posting. After this live stream, I'll go through, edit it, clean it up, put an intro and an outro on it, and I will upload it to YouTube and eventually it'll be on X and Rumble. I only live stream on Twitch and Odyssey with it, and that's it when it comes to that. So that's where the downloads will be, if you guys want to check them out. And I always run them through there, and they're always on YouTube because this is the first place where I put everything. So it goes to YouTube first. So with that, I am going to say I'm just tired. It's time to go to bed. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's been a 3-hour stream, and the recording is 2 hours and 43 minutes. So that means I did good. I apologize for any background noise, and also for having to get up and take care of stuff. Like I said, I am taking care of my elderly parents who live with me. So there's times where I have to get up and actually go take care of the situation because my mom isn't really all there. She's kind of senile, so there's times where I have to get up and help her. So I'm sorry about the interruptions when it comes to that stuff, and I hope you guys did enjoy. And with that, I will go ahead and end the stream. You guys have a good night, morning, whatever time of day it is there, and goodbye.
Really got to know. this dimension, this dimension, this dimension, dimension, this dimension, dimension.
The Milky Way. The Milky Way. The Milky Way. The Milky Way. From Mars to Jupiter, galaxy on lock. The Milky Way, they be sending signals, but we ain't shook no shot. Ray guns blazing, space suits tight. Aliens far flexing, yeah, they on the night. Uh. In the cosmic battles, we moving fast. Aliens got rhythm, gonna make it last. On red dust, we ride or die. Me and my crew shooting for the sky.
Witches. 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 Vampire shadow demon. Witches. Vampire shadow demon. Vampire shadow demon. Witches. Vampire shadow demon. Witches. Vampire shadow demon. Vampire shadow demon. Witches. A vampire shadow demon. Predator of children. A faceless shadow demon. Faceless shadow demon. A vampire shadow demon. A vampire shadow demon. Predator of children. The leader of all evil spirits of the air.
It's
shine it light, shine it light, shine it light, shine it light, shine it light. Keep it running, keep it tight. Keep it running, keep it tight. Shine it light, shine it light. Let the moon and feel the fire, feel the fire, fire, fire. Let the moon and feel the fire, feel the fire, fire, fire. Passion and energy takes us higher, takes us higher, takes us higher. Let the moon and feel the fire, feel the fire, fire, fire.
Okay, that's that then. That's that then. Okay, that's that then. Okay. Okay, that's that then. That's that then. Okay, that's that then. Okay. Okay, that's that then. That's that then. Okay, that's that then.
and MYRRH, and frankincense, and MYRRH, and frankincense, the dumb shall speak, the dumb shall speak, and MYRRH, and frankincense, and MYRRH, and frankincense, the dumb shall speak, the dumb shall speak, and MYRRH, and frankincense, and MYRRH, and frankincense, the dumb shall speak, the dumb shall speak, and MYRRH, and frankincense, and MYRRH, and frankincense, the dumb shall speak, the dumb shall speak, and of the dead there shall be an uprising, and MYRRH, and frankincense, and MYRRH, and frankincense, the dumb shall speak, the dumb shall speak, and of the dead there shall be an uprising, and of the dead there shall be an uprising, drunken, not discern, nor shall they hear, oppressed with feeble cars. The dumb shall speak, the dumb shall speak, and of the dead there shall be an uprising, and of the dead there shall be an uprising, drunken, not discern, nor shall they hear, oppressed with feeble cars.
I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. 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 Pretty much it. Pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. That was pretty much it.
With the terrible stab of medium tastes, interpretation, falling down, and necessity,
The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. The cosmogony, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, the cosmogony, together with zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. Cosmogony, the work. Sanchuniathon of Beirut gives the truest account concerning the Jews, since it agrees best with their places and their names. The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. The cosmogony, the cosmogony, together with zoogony, the cosmogony, together with zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. Cosmogony, the work.
Hand of Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon.
Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Let me bring your light.
moods flow from one to another, never stopping. There is no pinnacle development, never stopping, never stopping. The moods flow from one to another, never stopping, never stopping, never stopping. Defined, 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 in the moment, defined, in the moment, defined, in the moment, in the moment, in the moment, and becomes 2 life forms, then 3, then 4, then 5. The birth and the death, the birth, the birth, the birth and the death, 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 then 3, then 4, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 5, occur in the same instant. Winter turns to spring and the summer turns to autumn. Death is life. Achieve balance, 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 achieve balance, balance, achieve balance, achieve balance, harmony, 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 achieve balance, harmony, 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 achieve balance, harmony, harmony, harmony. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow.
Electric, shining light, electric, shining light, electric, shining light, electric, shining light, we're swinging through the night. Electric, shining light, electric, shining light, electric, shining light, electric, shining light, we're swinging through the night. Keep it running, keep it tight. Electric, shining light, we're swinging through the night. Keep it running, keep it tight. Keep it running, keep it tight. Get you crazy, get wild. Get you crazy, get wild. Keep it running, keep it tight. Get you crazy, get wild. Get you crazy, get wild. Keep it running, keep it tight. Keep it running, keep it tight. Get you crazy, get wild. Keep it running, keep it tight. Keep it running, keep it tight. Ooh, and feel the fire, feel the fire. Keep it running, keep it tight. Ooh, and feel the fire, feel the fire, the fire. Ooh, and feel the fire. Keep it running, keep it tight. Passion and energy takes us higher. Keep it running, keep it tight. Ooh, and feel the fire. Passion and energy takes us higher. Get you crazy, get wild. Passion and energy takes us higher. Get you crazy, get wild. Passion and energy takes us higher. Get you crazy, get wild. Keep it running, keep it tight.
Okay, that's that then, okay, that's that then, okay. Okay, that's that then, okay, that's that then, okay. Okay, that's that then, okay, that's that then. Okay, that's that then, okay, that's that then. okay, that's that then, okay, that's that then. Okay, that's that then, okay, that's that then.
spell and shadow demon connected to witches. Connected to witches. To witches. Vampire shadow demon, a vampire shadow demon, predator of children. A faceless shadow demon, faceless shadow demon, a vampire shadow demon, a vampire shadow demon, predator of children, the leader of all evil spirits of the air.
Where there is hatred, where there is hatred, let me bring love. Where there is hatred, let me bring love. Where there is hatred, where there is despair, where there is despair, let me bring hope. Where there is despair, let me bring hope. Where there is despair, where there is darkness, where there is darkness, let me bring your light.
The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. The cosmogony, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. Cosmogony, zoogony, the work. Sanchuniathon of Beirut gives the truest account concerning the Jews, since it agrees best with their places and their names. The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. The cosmogony, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. Cosmogony, zoogony, the work.
Let
Hand of Sanchiniathon, Hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, Hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, Hand of Sanchiniathon, Hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon, Hand of Sanchiniathon, Sanchiniathon.
hatred, hatred. Where there is hatred, 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 let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is despair, 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 let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Where there is darkness, 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 let me bring your light. Where there is sadness, 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 sadness. Where there is sadness, 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 let me bring joy. Where there is sadness, 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 let me bring joy. Where there is sadness, 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 sadness.
flow from one to another, never stopping. There is no pinnacle development, never stopping, never stopping. The moods flow from one to another, never stopping, never stopping, never stopping. Defined in the moment, defined in the moment, defined in the moment, and becomes 2 life forms, then 3, then 4, then 5. The birth and the death, the birth and the death, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 5, occur in the same instant. Winter turns to spring and the summer turns to autumn. Death is life. Achieve balance, 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 achieve balance, balance, achieve balance, achieve balance, harmony, 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 achieve balance, harmony, 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 achieve balance, harmony, harmony, harmony. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow.
Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Let me bring your light.
inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. We connect in every code. We connect in every code. We connect, sparks flying out marinas flow. Circuit cards alive they go. Data process take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Inside this place. Electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. We connect in every code. We connect in every code. We connect, sparks flying out the riddles flow. Circuit parts away they go. Data process take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. Circuit parts away they go. Data process take control. In a server, love will show. Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out, but rhythms flow. Circuit hearts alive, they glow. Data pulses take control. In the server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out, but rhythms flow. Circuit hearts alive, they glow. Data pulses take control. In the server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out, but rhythms flow. Circuit hearts alive, they glow. Data pulses take control. In the server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out, but rhythms flow. Circuit hearts alive, they glow. Data pulses take control. In the server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams inside this place. Electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. We connect in every code. We connect in every code. We connect, sparks flying out the rhythm's flow. Circuit patterns of light they glow. Data pulses take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out the rhythm's flow. Circuit patterns of light they glow. Data pulses take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out the rhythm's flow. Circuit patterns of light they glow. Data pulses take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams inside this place. Electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. the space. We connect in every code. We connect in every code. We connect, sparks flying out the rhythm's flow. Circuit patterns light they glow. Data pulses take control. In the server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. Circuit patterns light they glow. Data pulses take control. In the server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out, but rhythms flow. Circuit patterns align, they glow. Data pulses take control. In the electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out, but rhythms flow. Circuit patterns align, they glow. Data pulses take control. In the server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out, but rhythms flow. Circuit patterns align, they glow. Data pulses take control. In the server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams inside this place. Electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams, electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. Electric dreams, cyberspace. We connect in every code. We connect in every chord. We connect, sparks flying out the rhythm's flow. Circuit patterns so high they go. Data pulses take control. In a server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. Electric dreams inside this place. Binary stars in cyberspace. We connect in every code. Sparks flying out the rhythm's flow. Circuit patterns so high they go. Data pulses take control. In the server, love will show. Gentle waves feel the flow. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow, flow. Gentle waves feel the flow, flow.